Good afternoon, everyone. Calling the special meeting of June 11th to order. Could the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Du Bois. Vice Mayor Filseth.
I'm here.
Councilmember Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Holman. Mayor Niss.
Here.
Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Scharf.
I'm here as well.
Councilmember Tanaka.
He's here.
Councilmember Wolbach.
Here. Wait a second.
7 present.
For Greg.
But his light won't go on either. Okay, would you put on your lights if you're... Oh, sorry, somebody make a motion. Second. Got a motion and a second to go into closed session for the reasons listed on page 1 of your revised council agenda. And that passes on a 7-2 with everyone but Councilmembers Tanaka and Du Bois.
I heard him say he was here.
Okay.
That's exciting, and we are waiting.
Okay.
Moments away from Mayor Elizabeth is here.
We are calling the June 11th meeting back to order again. We have been in closed session since a little after 5. There is no reportable action tonight, and the clerk has already called the roll. So, if I can find my agenda for tonight. There is a revised agenda for tonight. If any of you are watching or looking at an old agenda, the one that is for tonight has a big sign on the top that says revised. So tonight we're going on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions first. Are there any?
We had item 7 from staff.
Oh, but that's good. Yes, you're right. We do need to delete one thing from the agenda tonight, which is item 7, and that will...
Yeah, right. It will not be...
I'm just going to ask the city manager.
Item number 7 will not be heard on your, you will not take that up under the consent calendar. We will be returning in August, the first meeting in August. That will be on the consent calendar.
Okay, so the motion is to move it to August 13th, is that
13th,
correct?
that would be correct.
Okay. So is that your motion?
Yes, so moved.
Good.
And there's,
Second? Good. Okay, good. So with that, and no other additions or deletions...
there's, Madam Mayor, one other change, just in the schedule of the items. We were proposing that on your agenda tonight, we reverse the order of items number 12 and 13, so you would be hearing item 13 right after item 11. Item 13 is the petitioner initiative related to healthcare costs, and then the last item we would hear would be item number 12, which is a petition and hearing related to the comp plan and zoning code changes.
So why don't we vote on the first one, and then we'll vote to exchange 12 for 13 and vice versa. So if you'd first vote on the agenda change that we have for tonight, just vote on the board. And then I would entertain a motion to exchange numbers 12 and 13, so that 13 is 12 and 12 is 13.
I'll make a, sorry.
Sure.
The question is, what is the purpose of that, or why would we do that?
That's a request from Stanford.
We had from Stanford, and I think the sense that they've got a number of folks in particular who would typically not be here for a meeting, and they may have some kind of consultants and others who are here. So it just seemed sensible to propose it.
And we may have other members.
Yes, so
And we may have other members of the public here.
I would make,
I'm not sure how I feel about the motion. I'm still thinking about it, but just point out that I think there might be some other people
But
here.
I think we're going to have a lot of people here from the public also for number 12, so...
well, this is what we were requested, so I think I have a motion, don't I? A motion, was there a second? Second. Okay.
So can we
if
discuss
this-
these kinds of
You know,
motions?
if you want this, fine. If not, you vote no on it. I think
do we speak, can we speak to these kinds of motions? Never-
Yes, yeah, I didn't see your light.
Yeah. Again, I think there'd be a larger volume of people for 12 and 13, so I would question the switch.
Speak to my motion then. So staff requested this, and I think that the hospital initiative thing goes quickly. I think the second one does not go quickly. And so we get those people who are here, we get them out, we get them done. I think there'll be a lot more speakers on the other item. That's why. I think it's just basically time management.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Lydia, did you have your light on?
I did have my light on, and I was thinking, I was basically objecting to the same thing. It's something that's noticed to the public 11 days ahead, and then now it's being changed. So I don't think that the public actually had time to find out about the switch over. So that's my objection.
Thank you. And with that, there is a motion from Scharf and a second from Fine. Would you vote on the board? And that passes with 2 noes from Holman and Koo, and that exchanges now number 12 for number 13 and vice versa. So going on from there to city manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I know we have a lot on your agenda today, but if you just indulge me, when you were in the closed session, I walked across the street to get something to keep me going through this long Monday evening, and I just, again, noticed, as you might now, how much more animated the Civic Plaza is these days than it was 5 or 7, 10 years ago, whether that's just the fact that we have seating out there or that we routinely apply public art, or actually even the fact that the first floor of City Hall is actually open to the public, for more than collecting revenue from people. And that actually also around the perimeter of City Hall, there's been some activation of private space with restaurants and those sorts of things, just make it much easier for people to gather here. So whether back in the Pokemon phase, whether a bunch of folks were running around outside of City Hall, or people are eating meals or just hanging out and stuff, it's really nice to
If
see
we
that the
just get
public
that
space.
coffee kiosk, I'd be all set.
You're right. Okay. Okay, a number of planning-related items, just some quick updates. The Holman, no relation, I'm sure, Automotive Group has acquired the former Ming's Restaurant property at 1700 Embarcadero and has submitted an application to build a new Mercedes-Benz dealership and service center adjacent to their existing Audi dealership. The project requires review before the Planning and Transportation Commission and the Architectural Review Board before we expect it to be presented to the City Council this winter. Secondly, mark your calendars for June 28th, when our Planning Department will host an open house on the topic of housing in the El Camino room of the Downtown Library, starting at 6 p.m. More details will follow, but the meeting will be an opportunity for our community to talk about some of the ideas included in the council-directed housing work plan that was adopted earlier this year. Tomorrow, June 12th, Santa Clara County is expected to recirculate the alternatives chapter of the Stanford General Use Permit Draft Environmental Impact Report and release the proposed updates to the Stanford University Community Plan, which is a policy document within the Santa Clara County Comprehensive Plan. It is our understanding that the recirculated alternatives will include the following. 1, sufficient housing to accommodate the entire housing need generated by the 2.275 million square feet of new academic and non-academic support space. And 2, a smaller increase in on-campus housing, but significantly more than the current request of 3,150 dwelling units or beds. The public comment period on the recirculated alternatives chapter and comment on the policy changes will end July 27th. But due to the council's upcoming break, we will be scheduling a discussion with City Council on these changes for discussion and action at your June 25th council meeting before the break. Next up, the city's downtown parking garage, not to be confused with the Cal Avenue parking garage that you'll be taking up this evening. That draft environmental impact report was released on May 18th. The public comment period ends on July 2nd. The document is available on the city's website at cityofpaloalto.org/downtown garage, all one word, at City Hall and at the downtown library. The Architectural Review Board is scheduled to review the project on June 21st. The Hotel President, located at 488 University Avenue, as you know, is an existing 75-unit apartment building. We have learned of plans to convert this building into a 100-key hotel. The owners plan to make seismic upgrades, add an elevator, and make other improvements that are expected to be in compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. The property was previously used as a hotel and was constructed in the late 1920s. The property is listed as a Category 2 resource on the city's historic inventory. Ground floor retail is expected to remain after the conversion. The big concern would be the displacement of 75 units. Given the city's current housing shortage, we would point out that hotels, though, are uses permitted by right in the downtown. So our staff has been encouraging property owner representatives to provide generous relocation packages to tenants. Review before the city's historic resources and the architectural review boards is anticipated later this year. More to come on this, but we just learned of this last week. The city is going to the dogs. 2 paws up for the grand opening of the new Piers Dog Park that is scheduled for this Thursday, June 14th at 6:30 p.m. So our community is invited to the ribbon cutting ceremony as 2 off-leash dog sections will be open at the Park Boulevard location, one for small dogs and another for mixed-size dogs. These new designated areas are thanks to the park's master plan approved by City Council passed last September, the hard work of the Parks and Recreation Commission, our community, and our staff who work together to find the right place to build the city's first new dog park to be built in about 20 years. The new Piers Dog Park is on a 3/4 of an acre lot, includes such amenities as dog drinking fountains, a double entry dog gate, and pen cleanup stations. We have 3 dog parks currently at Greer, Hoover, and Mitchell Parks. Piers Park was selected as the best location for the new park in decades because the north segment of town doesn't have any dog park facilities. So be sure to bring your best friend to bark up the right tree during the grand opening celebration, again this Thursday, June 14th at 6:30 p.m. And two more items. One is, again, an invitation to our community at large to meet the artist Peter Wegner and provide their ideas. He begins design for the artwork on the planned public safety building. As we all know, we have a requirement for a percentage for public art in all of our buildings. And you'll be discussing briefly the EIR on the public safety building tonight. So Mr. Wegner and his staff will be holding an open house style meeting on Monday, June 18th from 3:30 to 4:30 at the Palo Alto HOA Community Meeting Room at 122 Sherman Avenue. So that's in the neighborhood of where the new public safety building will be. For more information, people can call our public art program staff at 650-329-2227. And finally, the 10th Annual World Music Day event will take place on Sunday, June 17th from 3 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. on University Avenue. Palo Alto World Music Day is a music festival that takes place every year on Father's Day. The event is hosted by the Palo Alto Rec Foundation with support from their major sponsor, the Stanford Federal Credit Union, and all performances are free and open to the public. So there'll be 50 professional and amateur musical groups who will perform a variety of genres along University Avenue, including jazz, blues, classical, et cetera, et cetera. It's a fun and unique family event, not to be missed, a nice way to spend Father's Day. I would just point out to the council, those of you who are not here, when I interviewed for this job for the first time 10 years ago, it was on Father's Day that the interview was scheduled. So that should have been a signal to me as to what I was going to be like working in Palo Alto, and happy I did come. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, City Manager Keene. Very helpful, and I think the opening of the dog park will be very festive, to be honest. So with that, that completes the comments from our city manager, and we're going to oral communications. As you know, oral communications are the public's chance to address us. We do not answer, but we might from time to time ask staff to do it for us. So the number of people who want to speak is probably going to pop up on the board in a minute. So let me call Ken Horowitz, Shani Kleinhaus, and Annette Ross in that order. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. I just want to thank all the council people for their support last Monday. I know the team that was here was very grateful that you moved forward considering a soda tax, and that the Policy and Services Committee will undertake it. I would just like to ask a few things regarding that. I would hope, Chairman Fine, that you would try to get an ordinance done probably by the end of this year, so that council members Holman and Sharp, who are leaving office, can have a little part in it. I know they've been very supportive of soda tax. And as you prepare your agenda after the break, you will have time for that. If you need help with writing the particular ordinance, I have submitted a number of times documents from Dr. Jim Krieger, who would be willing to help you with the writing of the ordinance, as well as in your packet last week, there was a letter from Supervisor Ken Yeager, who offered his help in assistance. And and I have a copy that I'd like to leave with you, Chairman Fine, which was the Berkeley ordinance. That could be a starting point for an ordinance. So I'd like to leave that with you. And then finally, I would ask our mayor, or perhaps Chairperson Fine, to contact Michael Bloomberg. I haven't been able to get directly in touch with him, but I have a contact. Her name is Leah Marcus, and I'll give you that information, and perhaps you can get in touch with the Bloomberg Foundation to help finance this, this particular campaign. Thank you so much for your time. Again, I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Shani, are you close by?
Thank you, Mayor Neath. Shani Kleinhaus with Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm also a resident of Palo Alto, and I'm here to talk about the animal shelter and potential partnership with Pets in Need. I'm a great supporter of having a Palo Alto animal shelter, and we need to take care of our animals, provide education, provide adoption services, and I'm also quite impressed with Pets in Need. They seem like a good partner. In the past few days, I talked to city staff, I talked to Al Monica, and I talked to a couple of you, trying to study what that means in terms of our wildlife and our baylands. And what I find is that our existing shelter does not participate in programs that release feral cats into the environment. We have a responsible shelter. There's not a lot of turnover, and they do not have feral cats that go into areas where they can prey upon other species, especially in sensitive areas. When I asked Al Monica if they had a program that releases cats either directly or through a rescue organization, I found that they don't. They don't have to, because they don't accept animals that are not adoptable. So they get in animals that they can adopt out. So there is no turnover of cats into the environment. So my hope is that as Palo Alto creates an agreement with Pets in Need, which I hope that we will, the animals in the baylands and other sensitive areas come into play, and we care for them, which means we continue the policy that we have now of not releasing cats either directly or through a rescue organization into the baylands or creek corridors or any other area in the city, actually. We know now that animals, feral cats, have very short and quite miserable lives. They also impose short and miserable lives on a lot of birds, lizards, frogs, turtles, everything they come across. So it's important to look for solutions for feral cats that are not necessarily lethal. There are solutions out there, but are also not going to impose those animals onto our environment and keep the policy and practice that we have today. It's good. Thank you.
Annette Ross. And as you can see up on the board, it'll be Neva Yarkin, Roger Smith, C. Reddy, and then Stephanie Munoz.
Good evening. If I had a decent singing voice, I would sing, "There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear." While each of you sought the opportunity to be on council and deal with city issues, those in the community who come here to speak to you do so over concern about one issue or another. Ostensibly, public comment is welcomed. Effectively, it is not. Controversial issues are often scheduled late on the agenda, and when an issue draws a crowd, speakers are told that they have 60 seconds to speak. That's an insult. Elevator pitches take longer. Could you condense your comments to 1 or 2 or even 3 minutes? The issues before you are such that your decisions will impact this city's functionality, diversity, and character for decades. I am speaking about decisions on issues such as mobility and transportation, housing, density, and eminent domain. It is understandable that residents would want to comment on such matters, particularly since there is a propensity to build first and deal with the consequences later, maybe. You are our city council. As such, your first priority should be to the existing community. What is best? What can reasonably be done? What can existing infrastructure support? And what needs to be added to allow for reasonable growth? I am also concerned about something we heard quite a lot last week. Our city manager and city attorney say that staff has too much on their plate to do more. So busy, in fact, that they could not use an existing template to develop a ballot measure for a sugar or a soda tax. We were told that they will use the upcoming break to regroup. Fair enough. But if staff is as overwhelmed as we are told, shouldn't their focus be only on those projects that you designate as critical, and not on redundant projects such as Cool Blocks? Perhaps it is also time to revisit the flexible work schedule program that allows staff to not work every other Friday. Given the city manager's concerns, I think we have to at least ask if efficiency and momentum would increase if staff worked a regular week. Finally, if our finances are such that we need to identify cuts and increase taxes, why approve spending on anything redundant or not absolutely necessary? Doing so doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Neva Yarkin and then Roger Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Neva Yarkin, and I live on Churchill Avenue, and I'm speaking regarding Cool Block. In my opinion, I think there are enough issues in the community that involve residents with city government. My two issues are train crossings at Churchill and Castellet expansion. Because of these issues, I know a lot more people in my neighborhood. City residents are upset about not enough low-cost housing, traffic, roundabouts, zoning issues, and the biggest project and the most costly in Palo Alto will be train crossings. You already have more people connecting in the community with all these issues. The Alpha and Beta pilot programs for Cool Block quoted that 175 households participated. The train petition alone has covered a lot more than 175 households. Not really sure how much this program will cost. Direct cost to the city is $25,000. But in the staff report, page 2, it quotes in-kind staff time not to exceed $75,000. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Isn't staff already overloaded with work? Why burden them with more work? You are losing a lot of staff as it is already. The city claims we can't pay our bills for pensions, and we couldn't keep 11 firefighters because of salaries. Well, I would rather the $25,000 or whatever amount be used for part of the salary of one firefighter than to be spent on Cool Block. Volunteerism and free should be implemented by the city immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Roger Smith.
Jim, I'm happy you came 10 years ago. Thank you for all you do. 4 years ago, we had Measure B on the ballot to raise the hotel tax. I was the main signer, along with Liz Niss, Megan Sweezy Fogarty, Mark Berman, and Larry Klein. That was 4 years ago. And I said at that time, as I went around the city and said, I'm 73, I hope to live long enough to see a police building. And we don't have one yet, but I hope we do. But what I would suggest, one of the neat parts about Palo Alto, and it's represented by you all on the council, is the amount of talent we have here. And I would encourage us, as we look at big projects around the city and maybe big real estate projects, that we form a committee of really the best, really in the world, real estate folks that could help us. And I personally, it will live not long enough to watch us have another problem like we did at Mitchell Park. So I would really encourage the council to take a look at the talent we have in the community and use that to help us on these big projects. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Roger. C. Reddy.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council and all the citizens of Palo Alto and all around. The nice thing about Palo Alto is the breeze you have when you're driving on Embarcadero Road and by the bay. And you see the left, there's a golf course now, beautiful, and there's a beautiful airport. There are just businesses thriving to do good things. And I also want to congratulate everybody for a happy Father's Day. Here's a little thing that says about dad. You know, you don't have to be a dad. You can be an adopted. You can adopt children to be a dad. A dad is real, and it's life, and a hero, a good guy, and a champion. I think we all deserve congratulations to the parents, dads especially. The second thing I want to talk about is this Judge Persky. The real problem, the real issue is not, whether we got this many or that many hours. It's about drinking. If the victim and the perpetrator did not drink, they wouldn't have done what they did. And college campuses, especially East Coast campuses, are notorious for binge drinking. So schools must stop it. All the dorms and all these, sororities, fraternities, and all that should minimize doing this, and then we wouldn't have a Judge Persky issue. 45%, 50%, it don't matter. It's the habits of drinking that's causing all this controversy and sorrow, and it ruined 3 lives. The victim, the perpetrator, and the judge. So I think we should all go back and relook at what we're doing, what we're telling our children how to enjoy. I mean, they're teenagers plus, but how to live a life. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Munoz and then Rita Varela.
Good evening, Mayor Niss and City Council members. There is you will be talking, as you have been for some time, about office caps sometime in the future, tonight, but I have a side issue that I would like very much for you to put on your agenda soon, somewhat related to the office cap. But my thought is that it's not the number of offices, it's not the number of housings, it's the relationship between the houses and the workplace and the workers. If you have more of one, you have to have more of the other. If you had a zillion more houses than workplace, you'd have unemployment and you'd be looking around for some company to come and bail you out. So there needs to be a balance. What I would like you to do, if you would consider it, is consider demanding that large employers, ones with over 50 or 100 employees, build housing for their employees. I've heard other housing advocates talk about it in the newspapers in here, but I've never heard the council or people in authority consider it, and I wish you would. The other thing that I would like very much for you to do is to consider the ways that households become large and then become small again. But because of the way that Prop 13 is set up, and because of the enormous inflation in the prices of houses and the capital gains, for a number of reasons, people stay in their 2,000 square foot house long after they really need it. And when a smaller place like a hotel, a residential hotel, rented with rent control, would suit their needs very well. And I wish you would also consider a modification in your rules. One of the ones that the state of California had in their, 267, in the bill, which did not really make it through, but is bound to one of these days, that you not have a maximum number of units on a given piece of land, only the floor allowance ratio, so that you could have a hotel, but for Social Security recipients, you found it convenient to have hotels because they bring in a lot of money. The Social Security recipients, however, are a part of the community's responsibility. Thank you.
Rita Verrell.
Good evening. So I just wanted to also weigh in on Cool Blocks. I don't understand this program. I've got the 488-page booklet that I'm winding my way through. And it just seems, again, like, we have all kinds of volunteers, including the emergency response team, and they're not being paid. So why should Cool Blocks have a coordinator that's being paid? Also, what happened to the anti-idling ordinance, which was voted on and then came to the city council and has been forgotten, I think. I think that actually would reduce the amount of CO2 much more than the Cool Block program at a much lower cost. Also, the city council has discussed, and I'm going to get this wrong, demolition versus repurposing or careful deconstruction. And I'm sorry, Karen, I know I have the terms wrong. But, when you knock a building down, like the building that was over on El Camino that had so much steel and so much concrete that it was amazing how long they took to take it down, that is a lot of CO2 emissions. And now they're going to build something else. So maybe that building couldn't have been repurposed with the doors going someplace else. But maybe there should be a tax when that occurs, so that there's like a carbon tax in Palo Alto. So maybe people would think again about what they're doing to their property and how it impacts the city. And honestly, if you can afford a $4 million house, I think another $40,000 to repurpose the building components is actually nothing. The other thing is, thank you, Karen, Greg Tanaka, and Lydia for a very thoughtful discussion about the true impact of a hotel tax. The 14% actual increase from 14% to 16% was very interesting. And I think actually you are going to kill the golden goose, because people will go other places. If I was a corporate planner or was building, was booking hotels for the next year for my employees, I would go elsewhere. And that is going to take money to other places. So I was all in favor of raising the hotel tax fee. But now that I understand it better, it just isn't good policy. Maybe you can have a citizens committee. The man earlier was talking about the wisdom in the community. There's a lot of smart people in this community. And if you ask them to get together and go, why don't you brainstorm about how we can raise some money for everything while the city remains within its budget, please. I would recommend a restaurant tax, a small tax on all meals to help pay for the pension plan. I know they do this in San Francisco for health care, and it doesn't stop anybody from eating. Thank you.
Thank you. And that finishes oral communications. I'm looking at the clerk. Am I correct? And takes us to the approval of the minutes. Could I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I have a comment on the minutes, super quick.
Okay. Tom, go ahead.
I guess just on page 12, I wondered if it could be updated to show that I recused awaiting feedback from the FPPC on the rail issue. Packet page 12.
So what you would like is where you advise us you would not participate in the agenda item? You
Yeah.
want it to state that you were waiting for a letter from?
The FPPC.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion from Councilmember Scharf, a second from Vice Mayor Filseth. Would you vote on the board?
And those are the minutes as amended. Those are the minutes as amended, which should be a part of the motion.
Yes, they are. Yes. Taking us to the consent calendar, we have already removed number 7, which we did earlier. Are there any other comments on the consent calendar? If not, I would appreciate a motion.
I'll move consent.
A question?
No
Or
on
was that a motion or a question, Greg?
No, it's no on number 8.
He's registering no.
No on 8.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Tom moved, I seconded.
Thank you. Okay, where were we?
Tom moved, I seconded.
Moved what?
Approval, consent. You asked for a motion on approval.
I thought I already had one.
No.
Okay.
Just saying.
Okay, are we missing anything, or can we vote on the board?
Yeah, I seconded.
So, and that completes the item number 8.
Greg gets to speak to his no vote.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Sure, yeah. So this is about the Cal Ave garage. It's already at a $40 million budget, and I just think that we need to really make sure that we are spending our taxpayers' money wisely. I think going from 5 to 10% retention amount makes no sense, and I think we should try to stay within budget.
Okay, thank you. And we have voted on the board, passed unanimously. Thanks for your comment, Greg. Okay, so the next item is what is commonly known as the BID. So this is a public hearing to hear objections to the levy of proposed assessments on the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District, and adoption of a resolution confirming the report of the advisory board and levying assessments for this fiscal year on the downtown Palo Alto Business Improvement District, as I said, known as the BID. And am I guessing, Michelle, you may have a report on this? And I also see that Russ is in the audience. Glad to see him. So, Michelle, do you want to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In February 2004, the city established the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District. Annually, the City Council must hold a public hearing to authorize the levy of an assessment in the next fiscal year. On May 29th, 2018, the council set this time and day as the time and date for the public hearing on the proposed levy of an assessment for fiscal year 2019. The council appointed the Board of Directors of the Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association as the advisory board for the bid. The advisory board has prepared its annual report for the 2019 fiscal year and submitted it to the council. The city published the required notice in a local newspaper of record regarding the reauthorization of the bid for 2019 as required by bid law. All interested persons will have an opportunity to provide testimony this evening. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the council will determine whether a majority protest exists. A majority protest will exist if the owners of the of businesses that will pay 50% or more of the proposed levy of an assessment have filed and not withdrawn a written protest. Staff recommends the approval of this agenda item, which will reauthorize the Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2019. With that, I would like to turn it back over to the council to open the public hearing.
So I see, Russ, that you're here tonight. Are you here to speak, or are you just here for reference? Okay. Okay. We have two people who do want to speak, and then if you wish to, please join in. So Katie Seidman and then Georgie Gleim.
Good evening. My name is Katie Seidman, and I'm a board member of the Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association and a resident. I have made Palo Alto my home and workplace for many, many years, and working downtown, I appreciate the PAD and the good work that has been done since 2004. The Downtown Streets team, the banners, and the e-news going out 11 times this year to over 500 dues-paying members have been a wonderful addition to the look and feel about who we are in Palo Alto. As a board member, I can attest that we care deeply about not only our downtown community, but our city and the surrounding areas. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Georgie Gleim. Actually, I think she said all of this.
Good evening, Mayor Niss. Good evening, council members. My name is Georgie Gleim. I am a business owner in Palo Alto and a resident of Palo Alto. Your report lists some of the accomplishments that Palo Alto Downtown has achieved both since its inception and in the past year. These have helped create a more cohesive, cleaner, safer, and more appealing downtown community. Just as an example, imagine downtown Palo Alto without the Downtown Streets team. That was a creation of Palo Alto Downtown, and I don't think anybody questions its success and its effectiveness. We've instituted smaller programs. If you're downtown on a holiday, you'll see the flags that are installed. That was spearheaded by Palo Alto Downtown, now it's managed by Palo Alto Rotary Clubs. A variety of other projects that really help enhance downtown Palo Alto. City staff depends on this organization for information and for feedback, and it also depends on this organization to disseminate city information to the members of Palo Alto Downtown. It really helps that communication a great deal, and we have, I think, provided some very useful information for city staff as they're considering different programs. All businesses downtown, whether traditional retail, restaurants, financial, or even startups, benefit from this cleaner and safer location. There's a reason they all choose to locate in downtown Palo Alto. It's certainly known worldwide. It is a beautiful area. It's vibrant. It's got personality. And Palo Alto Downtown has really helped enhance all of those features. In our experience over the years, this kind of a program cannot be effectively managed on an all-volunteer basis. We've done that in the past. It just isn't effective. I look forward to your authorizing of Palo Alto Downtown, the Business Improvement District, and I thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. So, Russ Cohen, do you want to add something to this? Well, we'll see if there are any questions. So, most of this Michelle said, but this is our public hearing to authorize the levy of the assessment for next year. This is the day we do that. And the council appointed the board of directors of this Downtown Business Association as the advisory board for the BID. The advisory board has prepared its annual report for the 2019 fiscal year and submitted it to the council. And the notice was published in the paper, and I think we will go forward from here and see if there are questions from the council. So I see one from Greg Tanaka and then Karen Holman. Greg? Did you have a question? Oh. Karen?
Do you want questions or comments?
Either.
Or either, okay.
Either. This is the time for us to hear from this. This is a public hearing, so we had opened the public hearing. We'll close the public hearing and hear remarks from the council.
Okay, great, thank you. Maybe Russ would like to comment to some of this, but Russ and I exchanged some emails back and forth after the last meeting when I voted no on the consent calendar item. And I will, unless otherwise persuaded, be voting no on this this evening. And the reasons for that are several. There is a service that needs to be provided. That's absolutely true. My experience, and this is over the years, and including this last year, have found that in retailers' comments to me is like they don't hear about things, and maybe with the institution of the e-newsletter that you're talking about that's been mentioned here, perhaps that's improved, but I haven't heard of that. The retailers that are talking to me are several, and they don't hear about what's happening in terms of projects or programs or whatever going on downtown from the bid. They hear about it from other means. In terms of, although it's listed as programs that help the public service good, help the public good as well as members, on packet page 24, it talks about initiated a plan Department of Zero Waste to enhance the cleanliness of the alleyways through downtown. Again, it's like, that's not been my experience. My experience is businesses contact me about litter and debris and dumpsters overflowing and such in the alleyways, or I discover them on my own and get a hold of Public Works, and it gets resolved over time. I've just never been aware of any bid involvement in that. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but I've not experienced that at all. It's been retailers contacting me about alleyways, and I myself discovering it and contacting Public Works. And I think the cleanliness of downtown is imperative to not only the success of our restaurants and our retailers, but also it's the face that we present to the public. And so I think that's really, I think it's really important. I would like to see the bid take on what I find to be an inadequate service that's provided by Public Works, and I've had conversation with Public Works about this, and that is the green machine. I think our sidewalks are not very clean at all, especially when I go to other communities and compare them to our community. I would like to see the bid talking with Public Works about what can we do to get a better service and a better outcome from the utilization of the green machines. I was disappointed actually to read in this staff report that says that the summer concert series has been moved to Lytton Plaza. Again, I received several complaints from the retailers on Emerson last year because they weren't notified that it was going to happen at Lytton Plaza and closing off part of Emerson, which hurts their businesses, according to them. And also, so I received complaints, literally, received complaints from several of the businesses, like three at least, yeah. And as I went and checked it out myself, it was like you're coming down University, and it didn't look like a fun concert setup. It just looked like the street was blocked off for some unknown reason. And once the music starts, people discover it's a concert. But
I don't find that to be a help to businesses when they're complaining to me that it's hurting their business and they weren't even notified of it. Consistently, and I don't know why this is, maybe there's a good reason for it, but there's a 22%, and this seems to be the same every year, 22% of uncollected assessments for the businesses that are supposed to be participating. It'd be great to know why, but we never get that kind of information. Why do some people not pay in? Is it because, they're tight budgets and don't have the money to do it? Is it because they don't think they're getting a service in exchange for the assessment? What's the reason? We don't get any kind of input on that. My dissatisfaction with the bid and how it executes the services it's supposed to be providing to the benefit of the businesses downtown has gone on for several years, and comments have been made to that extent by prior city council members and maybe some that exist currently on the dais. But I will be voting against this. There are other options, as I understand from talking with the city attorney, that the city council could direct from the city attorney that the city council could direct the staff to give notice to the bid and look for other entities to perform similar programs. That's, unless I misunderstood, that's what I think I heard.
So thank you, City Attorney Molly Stump. The initial action could be for the council to direct changes in the annual report, and there is a provision that 30 days be allowed for the bid staff to, the Palo Alto Downtown Professional Association staff to respond to the council's concerns. There is another provision in the contract that allows the contract to be terminated on 90 days written notice with or without cause. Assessments would need to be provided then to some entity that could provide the services for which the money is being collected.
Thank you for that, and for going into more detail about that. So those are my comments and why I will not be supporting this. So it's been ongoing concerns for some time. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yeah, very quickly. So a couple quick questions. So the staff report on page 111 said that council appointed the board of the bid. Do we still do that, and why or why not? Because I don't recall us ever doing that.
The council originally appointed the members of the board, and I can't speak to the why, other than the original intent.
Yeah.
Of
we did
their
receive
advisory capacity to the city council in the bids, the organization's execution of the bid duties.
Yeah. I mean, we did receive at places the contract, which says we appoint the board, but I don't know that we've done that since 2004.
Yeah, in the first agreement was for 10 years, and it was only after 2014 that the renewals became annual.
Yeah. So I don't know if Molly, if you know, or.
I'm not familiar with the progression of the history. As you know, the organization has been there for many years and has been doing this work, and runs semi-autonomously, although has a series of public meetings, and there have been liaison work with the city staff attending those meetings. But we would need to do a little bit more research into the current administrative practices.
Okay. And then also in this contract, it says the bid will provide a database of businesses if we ask for it. And I'm just curious if we've ever asked if it would be useful to compare it to our business registry.
I don't think that would be particularly useful because we're contracting with Muni Services to conduct this work as well as the business registry work, and we're doing that for some economies of scale. So they've got access to both of those data sets.
Okay.
Intentionally.
Okay. So I guess we're being asked to levy businesses on behalf of the bid through this item. I wanted to thank the two members who spoke. It was really useful. I am kind of curious if we should perhaps poll businesses, or if the bid itself might want to poll businesses to see if there's ongoing interest in continuing the bid or re-energizing it in some way. Just a question I have. So, I'd really like feedback from the business community about, do they want us to levy for the bid, kind of, or not? So I'll go ahead and make a motion. And I'd like to hear from maybe Russ if he'd be interested in doing that kind of polling, if that's okay.
Yes. Do you mind if I let Councilmember Fine speak first, and then I'll ask Russ to address it?
Well, yeah, I was going to ask a motion based on just hearing what Russ has to say, if that's all right.
Okay. I'll come back to you, Adrian.
Yep.
So we can certainly poll our dues-paying members. That's not a problem. We can include a survey in our e-news. We sent out so far this year 11 e-news blasts that goes out to about over 500 dues-paying members. So we can certainly include a survey in those communications. That's not a problem.
I mean, do you have a sense, have you done that before? People are...
We haven't taken a formal survey. I'm certainly out there all the time, and I have not received many complaints about the good works that we do. There have been minor complaints about issues in downtown, and we try to address those as quickly as we can and identify either city staff that can help solve those problems or come up with programs that will solve those issues.
Okay, thank you. So I guess my motion would be to move the staff recommendation, and that we ask the bid to consider just polling its members on, I guess, satisfaction with the bid and desire to continue.
I'll second.
Yeah, and I don't need to speak to it further.
You do or don't? Okay. Karen?
I don't either, except that I think it would be instructive to also find, as a part of this poll, to not just poll the dues paying, but the non-dues paying, and find out why they do or don't participate in the bid.
Well, we can't poll non-participating members. We don't have that information. We don't have their emails or contacts, and we only deal with the businesses that are within the districted boundaries of the bid.
So I understand the boundaries, but it says on packet page 125 that you've updated the database with businesses that may or may not be registered through the city's business registry process or have vacated. So it seems like your database might be larger than just bid dues-paying members.
Yes, we could probably access the business registry data and poll those people as well with the help of city staff.
Were you done? Councilmember Fine.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone who spoke tonight, and thanks to my colleagues' questions so far. I do want to align myself slightly with Councilmember Holman's comments in that I think our bid could be a lot more for the city in terms of branding, in terms of services, in terms of cleaning and greening. And so I think we can get a lot more out of it. It put forth, it's a little funny, we've been having some banter about a business tax here. The bid is a business tax, right? We're taxing businesses to provide certain services. I'm kind of surprised it's actually an assessment against the businesses and not the property owners. And I think long-term that might be something we want to explore. I'm interested to hear what we might do to reinvigorate the bid and what we are trying to solve there. I'm not sure the bid is the best one to be asking that questions, and I think that's more policy direction that we at council or through a colleague's memo would need to address. But I want to hear some people's thoughts on this motion and see where we can go.
Actually, I have a question of not so much about the motion, so shall I wait or? Okay, so I was just wondering. Okay, thank you. So thanks for everybody who spoke. Thanks to everybody who spoke. On page 128, packet page 128, it says the advisory board recommends that the following businesses be exempt. Can you give me a brief idea of why? New businesses, nonprofits, newspaper. I can understand the single person profession, But why would those ones,
Those parameters were set up back in 2004 when the bid was initially set up. I believe it was to relieve nonprofits from paying the fee. It was also to relieve the less than one full-time employee from paying a fee. We have a lot of those in downtown, in the upper floors, in the professional sector. People like therapists, accountants who work less than full-time are exempt from the fee.
yeah, I can totally understand the single person, but I don't think some of your fees are too high for the nonprofits and the new businesses. So it'd be interesting so the poll would be actually interesting to kind of find out if they should be included.
If I understand correctly, new businesses are not exempt.
No?
No. The fee is based on two factors, number of employees and location within the district. Oftentimes, number of employees used to be a guess, because we didn't have any data on how many employees each business had. So what we did was we changed the style of our invoice, and so each business gets to fill out the amount that they owe based on their own accounting of how many employees they have. So it's self-reporting. It never was self-reporting until last year. We discovered that we were just guessing at it. So this is a more scientific way of doing it, where it's the honor system, of course. So new businesses are not exempt. They just need to fill out the invoice. The problem that we have in gathering data is sometimes new businesses arrive and we don't know it. It's just like the business registry. If they don't register on the business registry, you really don't know that they exist. We do have a lot of nooks and crannies in downtown where businesses open, and unless we do a physical survey, which we do every year, is go out into downtown for the specific reason of trying to find businesses that are not on our radar. So we try our best to identify those new businesses, but they are not exempt, no.
So can I ask, on these new businesses that arrive, do they have to file or apply for a use and occupancy permit or business, or is it just registering? I mean, how does that work?
I'd refer that to city staff.
I mean, they arrive, they set up shop, we don't know about them?
The business registry is the way we attempt to get a list of who all is doing business in the city, and that is voluntary.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Mm-hmm. And that kind of gives you a problem as well. I mean, it extends onward if it's foreign.
Gathering accurate data is a challenge.
Right. So in terms of having a business license tax even, it's a voluntary thing. It's not so much that policy that the city has taken on so that we can actually have good data moving forward. Then on another thing I wanted to ask, it looks like it's mostly retail and restaurants that are in this bid. How about other business? How do you define businesses? Are the tech sector, the startups, are they part of it as well?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
It may appear that our membership is dominated by restaurant and retail. However, it is fairly equally split.
It is.
Amongst retail, restaurant, professional. That's why we called ourselves the Business and Professional Association back in 2004, because it does include high-tech, startups. Whoever is doing business within the boundaries of downtown, they are members of the downtown district and the bid.
Thank you for all your answers.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Karen?
Madam Mayor, I apologize for this, but I heard the latter portion of Councilmember Du Bois's motion and supported that, but I'm voting against the confirming the report and continuing this for the next year, so I'm voting against it. So somebody else will need to second it.
You're withdrawing your...
Okay.
But no, sure.
Okay, I'm not going to separate it. I'm going to leave it as it is. Tom, seconded by Councilmember Du Bois, seconded by Councilmember Scharf to adopt a resolution confirming the report, levying an assessment, and requesting the BID conduct a survey of its membership regarding their satisfaction with the BID. Any other comments, Russ? If not, we're going to vote on the board.
No, I would encourage you to vote on the board. I could attempt to answer some of the questions that have been asked tonight, particularly by Councilwoman Holman, if you'd like, or...
No, we'd like to vote for it, Russ.
Okay, all right.
But Russ, thank you very much for
Okay,
being here.
thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, of course.
I'm going to note that we're now 45 minutes behind schedule, and we have a number of items of significant public interest on the agenda tonight, so I want to urge our group here to be time efficient. Thank you.
And so, with that, I'm going to ask our city manager on number 10, although that may not take a very long time, is there a possibility we can put that off to one of our other meetings before the end of June? Because we still have 2 major items plus 2 garages to discuss. We have a lot of people here tonight, so I think there's going to be a great deal of public comment.
So certainly would need to be done by your next council meeting. We're still thinking this through right now. That is the 18th. It is, pardon me? Okay.
I don't think you've got time to notice it for tomorrow, Greg?
We could continue it to tomorrow. The question is, would you want to take whatever public testimony you potentially have here now and do that at least, and then continue it and make it clear that anybody testified, doesn't testify again tomorrow?
Right, that would be my suggestion.
Okay. The advantage to tomorrow is, if we would take comments tonight, is that Mr. Shikata will not be at the meeting on the 18th, so the general manager of utilities would not be here if we moved it to that meeting. It's solved by the meeting on the 12th tomorrow.
So let me ask the clerk, do you have any cards on it? Just one card?
Open the public comment.
So we only have one card. We could negotiate with the council to be done with this in 10 minutes and accomplish it tonight.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Okay, good.
What is it?
We're just going to do it.
Okay, we've got a contest going on. Can we do this in under? Yes.
So I would just say that we spent a lot of time at finance on this.
Hang on just a second. This is number 10, and we're debating, can we get through this in 10 minutes, and so we'll get out to the audience.
So do you want me to? Yeah.
Yes, please.
So as I said, we spent a lot of time. We had, 3 meetings on it, Ed. We directed staff that some of these rates were too high, frankly. Staff came back to us. We looked at them closely. Staff made some adjustments, and we ended up with this. And I think as a finance committee, we felt that these were the lowest rates that we could probably get to with that. We gave direction as well to be very conscious of the rates and to try and keep them as low as possible. And with that, I think we felt that we should move forward and do this because we need to actually be able to run the utility, and it was pretty clear that we needed this money to run the utility because lots of things had gone up in costs. So I would encourage us just to all vote for this.
Okay, are you, is that your,
We need to hear from the public.
is that your introduction? And then you'll make a motion. Okay, so if the city clerk will let us know who wishes to speak to us. Rita Varell, and I don't see anyone else speaking on this item. We did get a lot of email on it, but I don't see anybody else. So if you're here to speak on the hearing regarding the resolutions that are for the next fiscal year, this is your time to come
I filled out
forward.
the card wrong.
Pardon?
I filled out the card wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't want
So
to...
really, there are no public speakers.
Correct. In that case, I'll move the staff recommendation.
No, we've got,
So
She's got to read this first.
I've got to read something before you get started, okay? So tonight we're considering item number 10, a series of actions adopting utility rates and financial plans. 10 separate resolutions under this item. 2 of these proposed changes to the city's water and wastewater collection rates require a public hearing under Prop 218. As required by the California Constitution, we will conduct majority protest proceedings for both the water and the wastewater collection rate increases, and the public will have an opportunity to speak, which I think the public has already had. The opportunity is now, if somebody wants it. Rita Varela said that she had missed the number on the agenda tonight. So, is there a staff presentation? No?
Interest of time, we'll dispense with the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. And then that takes us to the public hearing, because we need that on 218. We're going to hear public comment on the utility rates and financial plans, including the proposed water and wastewater collection rate changes. Before we begin, the city attorney will provide some background on how Proposition 218 this public hearing will be conducted.
Thank you. Very briefly.
Attorney Stump.
Proposition 218, part of our California Constitution. We've been through this many times, so just to let the public know that there is a required protest proceeding, and it's for property-related fees, and it began on the 27th of April when notice was mailed to affected water and wastewater collection customers, and the city clerk has been accepting written protests against the proposed rates, and she will continue to do so until the mayor closes the public hearing portion of this hearing. And after the public hearing is closed, the city clerk will count the protests. If a majority of affected customers have signed written protests against either or both of the rate increases, they cannot be adopted tonight. Otherwise, the city council may proceed and consider the proposed water and wastewater increases by resolution along with the remaining items in this item. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. As it said, the city clerk is going to tabulate the written protests after we get to the end of this. So we're going to hear from the public. Pardon? We just heard from the public. No, this is, I'm just reading my script. On all the utility rates and financial plans, including the proposed changes to the water and wastewater collection rates. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. This is the time when we would hear from the public if they wish to talk to us, and I don't believe anyone wishes to. Am I correct? Huh? Hang on. I have a script for it.
It's just a quick remark. As I think you're well aware, the water shortage has made the water billing much more complicated than it ever was before. Water billing is a combination of a ready-to-serve charge and the actual amount of water that you use. Whether or not you use any water, you still owe the water division of Palo Alto some money because they're making it possible for you to use the water even if you don't use it, and that's appropriate. However, since that rate was created in tandem with the amount of water that people use to pay to cover the expenses, once people started using less water in response to the council's and the city's request, then there wasn't enough money to run the business. And we understand that, kind of, but we feel kind of helpless. And there is something that I think that there are two things that I think you should rectify. One is the leaks. People, especially people with big backyards, can unwittingly end up with a leak that can run them hundreds of dollars. And most water companies make some kind of an adjustment, and it's a true courtesy adjustment. It's just a kindness on their part because unless you have a septic tank, which isn't the norm in Palo Alto, you've actually taken the water and sent it off to the bay. So it would be good if, in making new rates, you also make an arrangement for an adjustment for an extraordinary leak. And the second thing, I think with all new construction, you should insist that there be storage for shower and washing machine water to water the garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cards on this? Okay, so now it appears there are no more members of the public who want to speak on this item. Before I close the public input portion, I would like to remind everyone this is your last opportunity to submit written protests on the water and wastewater collection rates. I'm now to wait while members of the public submit their protests. I'm waiting. I will now close the public hearing on the water and wastewater collection rates. Before we turn to council questions and discussion on the utility rates and financial plans, we will first count the written protests on the water and wastewater collection rates. We will begin with water. There are 17,853 water customers subject to the water rate changes, meaning that 8,927 protests are needed to create a majority. Will the clerk please provide the number of written protests received against the proposed water rate increases?
Mayor Niss, I received 20 protests.
20? So there are 20 written protests. I believe that falls under the number of 9,000. The final number received is not higher than the 50% of the total water customers subject to the rate increases. So there is no majority protest. Since the number of protests received for water rates is a majority, since there is no majority protest on the water rates, we will consider the resolution adopting a water rate increase tonight. So then, pardon?
Go to wastewater.
Yes, right. So now we go to wastewater collection rate protest count. There are 21,209 wastewater collection customers subject to the wastewater rate changes, meaning that 10,605 protests are needed to create a majority. I'll ask the city clerk to provide the number of written protests received against the proposed wastewater collection rates.
Mayor
City
Niss,
clerk?
I received 20 written
20
protests.
written, same number as before. The total number of protests, there is not a majority protest, so there's no majority protest on wastewater rates. We'll consider the resolution adopting a wastewater collection rate increase tonight. Now we come to the council discussion and questions, all on utility rates and financial plans. So now turning to the council for discussion and motions on the utilities rates and financial plans. And as promised earlier, I said I would turn to Councilmember Scharf, who is chairing the Finance Committee this year.
So I will just move the staff recommendation.
So there's a motion to move the staff recommendation and a second, and I see lights from, I'll just go down the line, Councilmember Du Bois, Holman, Koo, and Tanaka.
So I'll be expedient. We did get some emails from several, look like retirees or older folks, and I am concerned about that, particularly our water bill increases over the next several years. So I support the motion tonight, but I'd really like to encourage staff and our Utilities Commission to consider budget-based pricing for water. I've emailed our head of utilities in the past, and then there's a handout at Places. If you guys could look at page 2, I just wanted to highlight. So this is the water district that serves Laguna Niguel and Mission Viejo in Southern California. And they, like us, they have a fixed component and a variable component to their water bill. But the variable component is based on a budget of so much water that is 55 gallons per person per day that lives in the house, and a variable amount based on how much landscaping you have. And other than that, they have no rules. There's no, you can't water on this day or that day. And they've really used it to adjust, I think, again, who pays what for water. And the biggest point here is we ask people to conserve water, yet the water bill continues to go up. And by considering this kind of methodology, we can actually have incentives that if you save water and you stay within your budget, your water bill won't go up. And I think it really aligns what we want people to do with water. And so again, I support the motion today, but I would urge us to consider really revamping the way we think about billing for water.
And if you don't mind my jumping in with a comment, I'm always reminded of what Peter Druckmeyer said. You really cannot buy the water you get in Palo Alto anywhere else. We could practically bottle it and sell it. It's such excellent water. Councilmember Holman.
To be efficient, I will just align myself with the comments made by the previous speaker.
Actually, I'm going to pass because Molly answered my question.
So I have a question for Molly. On page 2 of our slide set, it says that our rate increase is 3%, for instance, for water, for $2.32. But kind of as one of the speakers said earlier, is that there's two components, right? There's the rate you pay for the water, and then there's a service charge, just for the privilege of being able to have water. What wasn't, my question to you is, we're talking about here the rate increase for the water, although we're also increasing the service charge. So for instance, the service charge for water is going up 11.6%. So while the rate change for the users of the water is 3% increase, the increase for the service charge, that means the bill that you pay per month, is actually 11.6%. And it's not an insurmountable amount of money. So if you look at the amount of increase that this means in terms of dollars, it's $2.32 for the average bill for water at 3%. But then if you look at what the service charge, let's say, for instance, my house has a 3/4 inch meter size, that's $2.61. So I guess my question for Molly is, when we notice this, don't we need to also notice the other big component that's going up, which is the service charges? So it's not just for water. I just use it as an example. This is the same for almost all of them. But did we properly notice, everyone, that it's not just the variable that's going up, it's also the fixed that's going up? Because I looked at the flyer that's on the website, and it only talks about the rate increase, not the fixed service charge increase.
Thanks. We'll let the staff who did the rate study and the work take the first shot at explaining the components and how the noticing went.
Let me introduce Eric Keniston, our rates manager in the Utilities Department.
Good evening, council members. The Prop 218 notice did notice the individual changes to the monthly service charges. It was located on the notice for each one of the customers.
So both the overall rate and then the segments
Yes.
of the rate increases?
Yes, the per unit rate and the fixed charge.
Yeah, I guess my only concern is when I saw the flyer on the website, if you go there right now, it only reflects the actual rate increases, not the actual fixed service charge increases. So that's what's currently on the website right now. And that's what, if people go there, that's what they see. And they may not know that the service charge is also going up.
I'll go and review the website and see what information's out there.
But we're referring to the actual notices that were mailed to customers.
Okay. So I was also on the finance committee. We did talk about this, and I dissented against the rate increase. And there were several reasons why. The first reason why is because the operating cost has continued to go up. I think for some of the areas, the operating costs actually for a few years were held flat, which was great. But recently, a lot of them have bumped up considerably. And for me, if we ask our ratepayers to increase our rates, we should make sure that we keep operating costs in line. And I did not see that. The other thing is that this is not just the first rate increase. This has been a series of rate increases. In fact, if you look at later in the slides, it talks about additional increases that are contemplated in future years. And I think what's really important for us as a city is our philosophy. I think philosophically, what we need to do is we simply need to live within our means. We need to know how much money do we bring in and what we need to spend. And I think what we're doing here is we're spending and then figuring out how much money we need to raise. And I think that's backwards. That's kind of like putting the cart before the horse. So, and then the last thing is, I have actually talked to several people in our community. These are mainly retirees, people who are on fixed income. And, you know, people say, what's this couple $100 increase? No big deal, right? That's, people in Palo Alto are rich. But, you know, the reality is not everyone here is rich. Not everyone thinks that a couple $100 is nothing. I mean, some of my council members say, oh yeah, it's just a cup of coffee at Starbucks. What's the big deal? A cup of coffee every day at Starbucks. What's the big deal? But there are people in our community where they can't afford a cup of Starbucks every day. And it's a significant increase. And for those reasons, I cannot support the increase that we're doing tonight.
Were you done, Greg? Okay. In that case, we have a motion. Of course.
Just briefly, if we don't cover our costs in our utilities, the result is that we underinvest in utilities, and the result of something like that is something like San Bruno in the extreme case. So I'm going to support this motion.
Okay, with that, we have a motion in front of us. We have opened and closed the public hearing. We've dealt with the issues that involved Prop 218. So would you vote on the board? That passes 8-1 with Councilmember Tanaka dissenting. And I think we are actually back on schedule. So we are, as I look at it, at 8:45. And it's 8:50. We are doing pretty well. So this is a public hearing, another public hearing scheduled tonight. This is our night for public hearings. This is a public hearing on that's legislative and quasi-judicial. I will read this while people get reorganized. 250 and 350 Sherman Avenue. Public Safety Building Project, which we'll start calling PSB, just for ease. And we're going to do the adoption of the resolution certifying the final environmental impact report, known as the FEIR, and adopting findings and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, for the project comprised of a new public safety building at 250 Sherman, and a new 4-story parking structure at 350 Sherman. Next, an ordinance amending the public utilities, the so-called PF zone development standards in Chapter 18 of Title 18 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code. And lastly, a record of land use action approving architectural review for a new 4-story parking structure. Hang on a minute. At 350 Sherman to provide 636 public parking spaces above and below grade. Planning and Transportation Commission review recommended modifications to the PF zoning development standards on January 31st. This has been continued from June 4th. Is there somebody here from planning tonight, from PTC? A rep from PTC tonight? Nobody here? Huh. Okay, thanks. So with that, having read all that you're about to tackle, who's beginning? And Jim, do you want to make any comments first? This has been a long time coming.
Again, I would just, sort of official language that you were reading from as you were required to do so, we really are essentially, for the most part, talking tonight, dealing with the environmental impact report on the garage, the Cal Avenue garage, and the adjacent public safety building. And then we are basically dealing with the, essentially the kind of approvals for the project itself, but that is limited to the garage portion of the project. We're not at the stage where we would be talking specifically about the design and all of those features for the public safety building. So the EIR and the impacts, managing the impacts of the two projects, and then the new garage project, essentially approving us to be able to kind of go forward and pursue a contract to begin construction on just the the garage portion of this. We'll be coming back to you probably, I don't know, September-ish or so. Is that the right time on the public safety building the next time?
Late August or September.
Late August or September, okay? So just keep that in mind when you get into your questions and comments. Thanks. And I'll turn it over to who's going to be lead? Brad Eggleston? Okay, Assistant Director of Public Works.
Welcome, Brad Eggleston. We have Amy French, and we have Jonathan Late, all from the Planning Department. Welcome.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Niss and City Council. We've got staff here at the table. We've also got Matt Raschke, the project manager, out in the audience. And we have Mallory Kusenberry from Ross Drulis Kusenberry Architecture here, who will also do a brief presentation on the design of the Cal Ave Garage. So,
And am I correct, there is a PTC member here?
Yeah, so we have Doria Suma from the PTC who's in the audience, but I'll just remind the council that the commission's review was limited to the text amendment.
Good.
So it's
Okay, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
if there was anything that was unusual, she would be willing to answer that. Okay, thanks.
So I just wanted to say this is an exciting night for the 2014 Council Infrastructure Plan that we've been working on as we're ready to ask Council to certify the EIR and get the project approval for one of the key projects. So this slide shows the two lots where the projects go, lots C6 and C7 in the California Avenue area. They're divided by Birch Street, and you can see California Avenue is on the upper left-hand side of the slide, showing diagonally there. With approval of tonight's recommendations, we're on schedule to begin construction of the public parking garage this October, and there on C7 is the site of the garage. Completion of that project is expected to happen in February 2020. And then construction of the public safety building on the adjacent lot C6 would immediately follow that project, and currently scheduled to be completed in fall of 2021. So about 3.5 years away, maybe a little less. This evening's action, there are 3 formal recommendations we have for council. As Mayor Nish, you went over in some detail, but just in summary, they're certifying the EIR that addresses the impacts of both the public safety building and the Cal Ave Garage. They're adopting the ordinance that modifies the public facilities zoning ordinance to address public parking garage projects and essential services facilities projects, and approving the record of land use action that constitutes the approval of the Cal Ave Garage's development application. So this process to get where we are now started with the approval of the council infrastructure plan back in June of 2014. When the plan was adopted, there was a feasibility study that staff did and ultimately brought to the council in December of 2015, where council selected these lot C6 and 7 for the PSB and the garage projects. And then in April of 2017, we came to the council, and that was when you essentially increased the scope of the garage project so that we would have 2 basement levels and 4 above-ground levels to increase the parking supply in the district. And since then, this slide shows a number of the steps that have been taken with a rather involved process with the ARB, the PTC, publication of the draft EIR and finalizing the EIR that brings us to you this evening. The one thing I think city manager mentioned, but I'd point out again that on the bottom you see August through October of this year is the time for ARB and council to review the public safety building. So that project is lagging a little behind the ARB process. but with the schedule we have, we do anticipate bringing that to you for approval as well later this year. And with that, I'll turn it over to Amy French for the next slides.
Thank you, Amy French, Chief Planning Official. So the environmental impact report addresses both project components, the garage and public safety building itself. The project implementation involves measures to ensure potential impacts are mitigated in several topic areas, as noted on attachment F, packet pages 471, 472. There is no statement of overriding impacts required. We have mitigations for all potential impacts. The parking garage, as noted, would be constructed first, which minimizes disruption in the area, and then would replace parking spaces lost in the development, as well as adding another 326 spaces to the public parking supply in the CalAv area. The uses are allowable in these comprehensive plan designated parcels, and the review did consider the context for the development, as well as the exceptions from the current public facility zone standards. The development on Lot 6 of a public safety building is intended to meet the program needs for police, Office of Emergency Services, EOC, Emergency Communications, and Fire Administration. And these are all addressed in the EIR. Just a quick view of the public safety building design that came in October to the Architectural Review Board. The design is undergoing changes in response to the ARB comments. We expect to see these coming back this summer. We did have 3 public hearings before the ARB, including one on the environmental impact report, and they did recommend council approval. The architect will show some additional images. But here are some nighttime images showing the entrance to the parking garage. We do not have a sign program filed just yet, but that will happen later. So regarding the public facility zone changes, the Planning Commission had recommended the text amendments, and these specifically target city essential services buildings and public parking facilities in the downtown and California Avenue districts. And these changes would not apply to private development projects. And furthermore, the council would have case-by-case decision-making on each of the projects coming forward. So we are here tonight with the garage for council to take action on. The specific exceptions for the Sherman garage are setbacks, lot coverage or site coverage, floor area, and height. So you will have an opportunity, as noted, to review the public safety building itself and look at those exceptions this fall. Thank you. And now we have our architect on hand.
Good evening. I'm Mallory Kusenberry. Yeah, that'd be great.
Welcome.
Thank you. And I'll just give you a very brief overview of some of the design thinking that was laid behind this project, and I'll be available for other questions should it be necessary. First, an overview. As we know, the California Avenue Business District is a wonderfully visually diverse and somewhat eclectic neighborhood that combines both the fine-grained historic fabric as well as a larger pattern of newer development. The design for the new parking structure, California Avenue parking structure, embraces the diversity and qualities of this neighborhood by both creating a building that works on multiple scales and also focusing specifically on the pedestrian level, on the experience of individual users as they interact with the building. From a building massing standpoint, the building massing works on many levels, obviously resonating on one part with the larger projects to the larger buildings and scale to the south, but also leverages details that help it develop a dialogue with some of the traditional fabric of the California Avenue area. From a material standpoint, the building design uses a more ephemeral palette focusing on light and movement and landscaping. The idea being that these are things that change day to day, season to season. with the hope that it will downplay the presence of the garage as an object and reinforce the idea that the building is experienced as an experience. The goal of all this, of course, is to create a project that is a good neighbor, that really fits into the texture and character of the neighborhood. As we see here, looking up Birch Street through the grove of trees, the parking structure is in the center behind that. Now, relative to the Birch Street, the large civic gesture that shows that's on the Birch Street side of the project is a large cascading single-run staircase that directs users from the parking structure towards California Avenue. Very strong civic presence. The primary exterior material on the building is a scrim of terracotta fins that have varying orientations and varying depths. Something we're referring to as like a basket weave of texture and shadows. That basket weave appears on all sides of the building. We're now looking up Ash Street, and it's a device that provides a number of things. One, the terracotta is a very familiar material for Palo Alto. Obviously, two, it screens the vehicles, but three, it also provides a very fine-grained visual detail that we think is in scale with this area. We're now looking at the corner of Ash and Sherman off to the right.
Could you go back one slide?
I think I can.
Just roll it.
Can you operate it back one?
Roll it.
Roll it. There we are. Here we are. Oh, wrong way. There we go. Thank you.
I'm going to guess, just for the orientation of the audience, that you have Joni's Restaurant on one side and the California Hotel on the other side?
Well, we're looking up Ash, and in the distance, beyond the parking structure, is the new Visa building. So you see, yes.
Right.
Yes,
But-
correct.
but
Yes, you are correct, yes.
The orientation is as I described it?
Yes, it is.
Just so people start to get a feel for the size and so forth? Because the reason we're presenting this tonight is to get a sense of
the
size, scale, and so forth.
Correct.
So, as I said, Joni's Cafe, and the other side is the California Hotel.
Thank you. And this is now standing under the arcade for the Visa building on the corner of Ash and Sherman. A couple of more devices that we used in the design. One is the recessed corner, which lowers the scale of the building at what could be perceived as the highest part of the building. Second device is the pattern of photovoltaic panels that are up on the roof that take the orientation and the width of the traditional parcels for Cal Avenue. And the third is the continuous landscape. They're rain gardens. They're basically biofiltration planters along the base of the building, providing visual landscape interest. And then this view from the corner of Birch on the right and Sherman off to the left. You see one more element on this. The grand staircase is coming down on the Birch Street side there in the middle. Over the top of that staircase is a translucent panels that actually provide a glow of light when the sun is even on the back side of the building, silhouetting the building, but still provides light to that public area. As I mentioned, the focus is on the experience of the individual users. So a few examples here on the upper image: generous use of street furniture. To the right is the flare of the staircase as it hits the Jacaranda intersection there and is receiving. And then down to the level of the individual parking space, where this basket weave of terracotta creates an event of light and shadow at each parking space. The idea in the night view is to continue that softer texture, and we're proposing grazing lighting along the terracotta scrim and an uplighting of the canopy. The hope being that it draws your attention to the exterior perimeter of the building and downplaying some of the light that's coming from inside the garage, as well as the presence of the vehicles. And of course, it's 636 parking spaces. It's on a relatively small site. That's a lot of cars, so you can understand how it fills the site. But the landscape strategy is to provide a different landscape presence on each side of the building. Landscaping that has a diversity of drought-tolerant and local plantings that'll change throughout the seasons, provide a lot of different textures and scales, as well as a fine-grain street furniture that's proposed. In summary, then, all the elements that I was discussing, you can kind of come together in this night view here, where you see the cascading staircase on Birch Street, you see the furniture, the scrim of terracotta around, the re-entrant corner, bicycle parking here, and the gentle lighting at night. So, thank you.
Okay, that concludes the staff presentation. staff and architect presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we go to council, city clerk, do we have cards on this? Can she hear me? Cards? Do we have public speakers on this item? Okay, so before I go to council for a motion, I'm going to suggest that we start with the public hearing. It looks like we have 5 people who want to speak with us. Rita Varel, Yvette Yamagata, Jessica Roth, Brett Anderson, and David Cole.
Should I start? Okay. So, it's interesting listening to the architect. It's a parking garage. It sounds like it's a out-of-body experience with a cascading staircase and the lights and the landscaping, which completely hid what the thing looks like, which would have been actually nice to see. So I guess I'm wondering, where is the money coming from? And is the actual cost of the garage being determined by the 636 parking spots, or actually the 300 parking spots that are actually being netted because we already have parking spots? I mean, they're not dramatic, but they're very functional. Would an elevator be cheaper than the cascading staircase? Because we don't have the money, I believe, to build a world-class parking garage, which many citizens don't even want. The other thing is, I have to kind of laugh when Amy went through the only exceptions are the floor area ratio, the setbacks, the height, and there was one more, which basically seems like a lot of stuff to me. So, thank you.
Yvette Yamagata, and then Jessica Roth.
So I'm Yvette Yamagata, and I represent the owners of 2443 Ash. So it's right across Jacaranda from the parking garage. And over the last couple of years, with all of the growth on Cal Ave, with all of the businesses, there's been this influx of dumpsters that are being lined up against the edge of that building. So that's where we are, 2443 Ash. And then, wait, no.
Wow, that's a little hard to see.
Sorry, yeah, it's small. Oh, here we go. And in 2000, okay. So we're in that yellow building, and all along that edge, so this is from Google Maps in 2009. There weren't a lot of dumpsters along that side there. And now, just this afternoon, I went over there, and there's all these dumpsters, there's trash. And so if this, we've met with Green Waste to try and figure out, is there a way to mitigate this? And there's not, because there's no place for the Cal Ave tenants to place their trash. And so if you see the one on the far, all the way at the end over here, that big blue one, that's new, and that's for all of the restaurants that are there. So it's this building is a nice idea, and then if they were to walk out onto Jacaranda, they would see these dumpsters. So one of the things we'd like the city to consider is they have this unique opportunity to think about incorporating trash enclosures somehow, either into the parking garage or into some of the proposed retail marketing spaces. So thank you.
Thank you, Jessica Roth, and then Brett Anderson.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your time tonight. Jessica Roth, business owner and Palo Alto resident. I just want to say that as a merchant on California Avenue, we are extremely excited about the addition of the much-needed parking spaces that we are getting. I want to thank city staff and the architects that have been working so hard on this. It is a large building, and so we do need to do what we can to minimize the impact that it's going to have in our area, but we also have other large buildings in the area, and it is a downtown area. So just want to say again, thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for pushing this through, and the merchants and customers of California Avenue are much appreciative of the extra parking spaces.
Thank you. And before we go on to Brett Anderson, for all of you standing at the back of the room, I believe, David, you said that there is room out in the lobby, and it also the meeting is playing on the screen that's out there, right? So if you'd like to be comfortable and sit down, you can walk back through the doors in that direction, get to the lobby, and there's a big screen where you will see this meeting. It's going to be a little while before we get to your items, so you may want to be comfortable until we get there. Thanks. Brett?
Thank you. I'd like again to urge the council to delay or reconsider the California Avenue parking garage. The environmental impact report and all the other planning documents, as far as we can tell, are deficient in that they assume that new parking is needed. But this is no longer the case because the costs have exploded and there are more effective alternatives available at about 1/10 the cost to reduce demand for parking. So I believe the council can confidently back away from this plan, or at least delay it, by replacing it with one that provides better transportation solution for the local merchants and the residents in the area at, again, 1/10 the cost. Your confidence should be bolstered by the fact that we have a Palo Alto Transportation Association that can be expanded, talks about expanding, and has proven its ability to reduce the demand for parking at a scale beyond the size of this garage. We have more and more companies providing cheaper alternatives to driving and parking because real estate is so expensive and because there are practically no more room for cars on our streets. The long-term commitment of better transportation approaches like these form a new plan for us, and they follow what we've put in the comp plan and the sustainability plan. So I'd just like to leave you with one quote from Donald Shoup at the Department of Urban Planning and Transportation at UCLA. In a city where everyone happily pays for everyone else's free parking is just a fool's paradise. Thank you.
Thank you, David Cole, and then Stephanie Munoz.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Cole with Carbon Free Palo Alto, and I'd like to second all those comments that Brett said about the parking garages and add to that, you know, we're never going to make our 80% reduction by 2030 goals for greenhouse gas emissions if we keep on building infrastructure that supports the car. Both the comp plan and the SIP plan, which are the major planning documents for the city, say that we are to reduce our dependence on automobiles. You have many projects before you. This one increases that dependence on automobiles. It increases greenhouse gases. None of those issues were addressed in the EIR report. I'm asking that you reconsider that. Do not approve the report tonight. It is incomplete. It may be complete in all its little loopholes and stuff, or its hoops that it has to jump through, but in terms of actual city planning, where we need to go and what we need to do, it is incomplete, especially in light of the alternatives that are available, which are 1/10 the cost, as Brett said. It can happen today. There's a Downtown Management Association can be applied to California Avenue. You can keep your promise to Cal Avenue businesses, give them parking solutions starting today without the disruption of building these great big garages. I please ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Stephanie Munoz.
you can tell the Mayoress when she comes back. I do not have a strong opinion about garages. I feel that you are far better qualified than I am to decide whether we have a garage. But if we have a garage, is insist too strong a word inappropriate? I believe that it would be very, very wasteful to spend money on a part-time garage when what we need is a full-time garage. We need that garage, if we have it, to be rented out at night as well as in the daytime, because we have a population of cars that people are using as little houseies where they need to sleep, and there are other neighbors that don't want them on the street in front of their house. Well, so they could very easily be accommodated in the business district in town and be gone away by 7 o'clock in the morning, because these people use these cars to go to work. There's no reason you can't have cars in the evening also. It would be very practical, and it would solve some of the money, because of course they would pay for the parking, and there should be showers. Why not? It would solve a lot of problems. It would be a practical use of the money. And note also, we're thinking, insurance companies tell us that we ought to prepare for an earthquake. Someday there's going to be an earthquake. Maybe there isn't going to be an earthquake, but we have to be prepared. This garage, if it goes up, will be the newest building in town, large building for accommodating earthquake refugees. And it should be built with supplies and showers for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Scharf, your light is on.
Thank you. So the first thing I wanted to say was I'm really glad to start seeing the public safety building in this garage a reality. I was thinking back when I joined council. You know, I'm starting to reminisce since I'm going off council. And I remember when I first joined council that Sid Espinoza said to me back then, he said, you know, if we can actually build a public safety building, that would be the largest accomplishment in like 25 years. Because we've been out trying to get a public safety building for that long, and every time we get close, it seems to slip through our hands. And this time, I think we're really getting there. So I wanted to say that I'm really glad for all the hard work that staff is, that council members put in, and that frankly, that we've built upon other councils that have had this in their vision for a really long time. So this is really a huge accomplishment to me moving forward in this way. I wanted to thank the California Avenue merchants for coming out and supporting this. I know that when we had the previous meeting on this, there was a whole bunch of California Avenue merchants. I don't know if you all recall, and we all voted to move this garage forward. And in fact, we voted to increase the size of the garage at that point. I'm pleased that we did that. I think that we need to be able to give relief to the Evergreen neighborhood, the merchants, and that Cal Ave really does suffer from a parking shortage. So I'm really happy that we're addressing those issues. So with that, I will move the staff recommendation.
Second.
A motion from Councilmember Scharf and a second from Councilmember Du Bois. Was that yours?
Yep.
Good. Okay, Councilmember Scharf, do you wish to speak further to your motion?
Just briefly, I think there was some Carbon-Free spoke about not wanting the garage. And I think that's a little naive. I think there's a really strong need for the garage. And I think what's going to stop greenhouse gas emissions or lower it really is the electrification of our car fleet. And I think that's where we're moving. Palo Alto already has, by far, I think it's the highest in the country, penetration of EVs. And I think that will continue and will move in leaps and bounds. So in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, I really do think it's the electrification and promoting the electric car, frankly. And people driving around and not being able to find a parking spot, and people moving their car every 2 hours, and those kind of things create more greenhouse gas emissions than if you have a place where people can actually park.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes, I guess this is a three-part motion. One is the EIR, one's the ordinance change, and then the last one's the garage. So a couple questions on the EIR. In terms of toxic materials in the ground, I saw mitigations about groundwater pumping, but I may have missed it. It was a pretty big packet this week. I didn't see a lot of discussion about potentially contaminated dirt and what will be done if contaminants are found and we need to haul that dirt away.
Matt Raschke, our senior engineer, is more familiar with the soils reports and testing we've done. I think he can speak to that.
Yes, Matt Raschke, senior engineer, Public Works. We did extensive soil testing on both properties, and there was no soil contamination found. The contamination that you're referring to is a plume that's emanated from the Stanford Research Park area that's slowly migrated, and there are small concentrations in the groundwater deep, well below the excavated area that we anticipate for the 2 levels of a garage.
Okay. That's good to hear. And in terms of the water being pumped out with that, I guess part of our process is we test that for contaminants before we would use it for irrigation or anything?
Yes, it would be similar to the Visa building at 385 Sherman. I don't believe that they encountered any significant levels during the groundwater pumping that they had. And then we're also planning to utilize a cutoff wall technique to minimize the need for groundwater pumping at all. It's basically an exterior wall that'll go around the basement levels and go down to a clay layer and isolate the excavation so that we don't have to pump very much groundwater at all.
Okay, great, thank you. So that was my questions on the EIR. On the zoning change, I understand that this change is pretty specific to garages and a public safety building exceptions. I am a little bit concerned about the 135-foot antenna, and I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about the possible options of locating that antenna elsewhere.
Charlie Colin is from the police department is our primary expert on that, but I can speak a little to it. So the 135-foot tower is needed for participating in the ECOM communication network. It's a microwave communication technology, and kind of the complicating factor is it needs a direct line of sight to the next tower that it's communicating with. And then another couple of important factors there, it's very important to have redundancy within the network so that if something happens to one location, you don't get cut off with communication with the network. And then the other key part of that is that you don't want to place this communications technology on a non-essential services building if you can avoid it. So part of the idea of the program for the public safety building is we're building this new state-of-the-art building that's designed to resist even a very, very strong earthquake. And so we want this monopole with that technology to be on the building. There have been suggestions. Currently, in fact, we have this technology. It's on the top of City Hall here. And it's working, but this City Hall is not an essential services structure, and in the event of a very strong earthquake, it could be damaged. And the same is true for the county courthouse, which is another idea that's...
Yeah, again, that was my thought, was kind of existing buildings that are kind of non-compliant already.
So we've done some work looking at some other alternatives, but they're all either prohibitively expensive or they would result in us having a weakness where there's only a single point of connection that's vulnerable in the event of an earthquake.
Do we also look at existing towers, utility towers, or, that might be in a place that aren't as visible?
I'm not aware of any that would meet the need. I'd have to check back with our team on that. I know in the presentation I'd seen, there were no options there for using existing towers.
Yeah. I mean, the picture also looked pretty hefty. Can we reduce the bulk of the antenna itself?
I don't think it's possible because there are a number of critical attachments to put on the tower. If you want to hear more about it, Ken Duker out in the audience may be able to speak a little to it.
And could I just maybe make a process suggestion?
Yeah.
I may be overreaching here, but since the decision, right, in particular on the public safety building itself is on the EIR.
Yep.
I would imagine that anything that we are talking about that would be smaller or less in some way would really have any de minimis impact on the approval that you did on the EIR. So I think we will also have the ability, as we look at the design on the public safety building, to dive into that more deeply. But your questions are a good advanced sort of
Yeah,
warning
it's really
to us
about the
that-
ordinance change and not wasting time designing, redesigning. So I think I'm good on the antenna. And again, I'm not trying to review the downtown garage, but I think the ordinance change also talked about needing exceptions. And again, I'm going to suggest an amendment. And again, not to change the ordinance itself, but really just to add a goal for staff to try to stay within the zoning and not exceed these limits as much as possible. So that I'll move on from the ordinance. The last thing I want to talk about was the actual garage. And I did go back and just look at what we did. It was April 2017, and staff basically followed our direction. You know, we had about 24 members of the public speak that night. I think we debated for several hours. We had a lot of motions and amendments. We talked about, I think, 4 different options on the garage. We talked about mechanical parking. We talked about solar on the roof. And just to remind council members, because it was over a year ago, we had just passed the RPP, which removed 244 parking spaces in the neighborhoods. We're replacing 310 spaces on both lots. So even though this garage is 600 some spaces, I think it's really about a net 82 new parking spots. It's really not that much. And we passed it on a 9-0 vote. So I look forward to starting construction in October. Sooner the better. This is one of the few projects that I've seen that residents and the businesses came together and said they really wanted this. And I also was going to make the same point. Greg beat me to the punch that greenhouse gas, I think it's really about shifting to electric cars. I think I saw you're leaving space for a large transformer to have more EV chargers. And I think that's really important. So Greg, my friendly amendment would be that that we ask staff. Let me see, I got the wording. That we ask staff to just have it as a goal to try to stay within the zoning as much as possible. The exceptions for these projects. So, I mean, we're passing this ordinance about PF conversion, and I guess particularly it's the height limit that I'm concerned with. So again, I'm not suggesting we change the ordinance itself, but just that we have a goal of trying not to exceed those limits. I think it's, you know, we have other people enforce our limits. I think we should try to do the same. With the, also in our code, we have extra space for mechanical that goes above 50 feet, so.
So Tom, it wouldn't change anything on this project, correct? Because they've designed this.
Yeah, I'm just saying direct staff to have a goal of staying within existing zoning, stay within existing height limits for these projects as much as possible.
And I follow up with clarification. I don't know how they could go outside the existing zoning, given that we are voting on a project tonight. We are passing the FEIR. I don't know. I don't object to staying that, but could we ask staff whether they understand
It's
what
going
you
to be for the
mean by
projects that
that?
aren't before us. They're going to come back with the public
Well,
safety building. They're going to come back with the
If I
garage.
could just sort of speak to it for a second. So just so we're clear, we do have some language in here that makes some suggestions to provide some exceptions in the PF zone, particularly as it relates to essential service standard buildings that give us some exceptions. What I hear this request is for the staff to make its best efforts to consider not having to use those exceptions,
Yeah, I'd
so to
say
speak.
rather than stay within zoning, I'd say minimize exceptions.
Minimize exceptions. And the best I can do is, if that was in the motion, that we would factor that into the design with the understanding that we may come back to the council and explain the trade-offs that we encountered that could then say, well, we looked at this, but here is the reason that we do think the exception ought to go in this direction. Let's just say, in the realm of the antenna for the public safety building, that we'd be prepared to explain if it stays at the same height when we get to the final piece of this, that we really justify that why we looked at alternatives and why we stayed with this. So I'm hearing this is not directing us or mandating us to do this, but it is asking us to consider how to reduce the use of exceptions as much as possible, even though they are allowed.
Yeah, you said it better than I did.
So, Tom, I'm fine with that. It's a direct staff to a goal of minimizing zoning exceptions for future projects, excluding the public safety building, right? Because they already designed it, they're at ARB.
Well, they haven't come to us yet.
Yeah, but they're at ARB. I mean, what zoning exceptions are we concerned about with the public safety building?
Well, as the city manager said, I'd like to understand if this 135-foot tower could be 75 feet, or, what are the options?
So I'd rather we just deal with the tower then. I mean, what concerned me is that the city manager just said that he's going to come back with trade-offs. That's an extra discussion about we can do this, or we can do that, or we can do this. How do we go through ARB and have a project that comes to us approved from ARB if we're going to have different trade-offs? Does that mean we approve, ARB approves two different versions of the building?
It's a legitimate thing. We're not going to have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 different alternatives. We have to do one. In the process of working through it, we would actively look at what the trade-offs would be when we make a recommendation.
So I don't mind if staff does it, but I don't really want staff coming to council between now and we finish with ARB.
We wouldn't be doing that. My thought was that when we bring the project back, we're able to report to the council, here's what the recommendation is, here's why. To the extent that we modified an exception, reduced it, let's say, we would explain why we were able to do that. If we did not, we would also explain why we could not make that recommendation.
Yep. So if you could delete the excluding the, thank you. That's it.
All right.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second out there, and I have, in this order, Eric, Corey, Karen, and Coop. So, Vice Mayor Filseth.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make the point that I think, as this is a step on a direction we've agreed on already, and I'm glad to see us moving forward on it. I think, one of the key elements of this is the garage is a component of a larger ecosystem, one of whose key elements is getting cars out of the neighborhoods. And I think the construction of sort of adding parking capacity in this area, there's a covenant with the neighborhoods that will continue to reduce the number of parked cars in the neighborhoods to a reasonable level as this goes on. And I want to make sure that we remember that and continue to keep that covenant as we add capacity here in the downtown area, because that's important.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Walbeck.
Thank you. Just a couple questions, just to make sure we're all on the same page here. How many electric vehicle spots will be in this garage again?
On opening day for the garage, we'll have, I think it's 34 electric vehicle charger spots. But the bigger picture of that one of the other council members was raising is that our building code, our green building code, requires us to size all the electrical equipment on site to eventually have 25% of the total spaces be EV chargers. So the transformer and other electrical infrastructure and equipment will reflect that.
So eventually, 25% of the spaces there would be for EVs, or at least we'd have the capacity for it. And what do we think the life cycle of this building will be? The lifespan, how long will it be usable as a parking garage?
I think greater than 50 years.
So in 50 years, do we think only 25% of our cars are going to be using electric vehicles, or are going to be electric vehicles that are going to require charging?
I think it's likely to be more than 25%. Probably the open question will be to where people are actually charging the vehicles.
Right. Of course, how we use this parking garage might change over time, right?
Correct.
For instance, if there's new housing development in the area, they might lease evening usage of some of the spaces in the garage. And conversion to non-parking uses. And if you discussed it, well, I had to step out earlier to grab some more protein before I came back in. I'll just skip my question on this, but what is the capacity for conversion to non-parking uses should parking requirements be deemed unnecessary within that 50-year life cycle?
This is a garage that the design of which has parked on ramps, and so it's not very feasible for other uses. I think we discussed that. We had some discussion last April about this.
Right. And something that I anticipate will probably increase over time in Palo Alto, parking for motorcycles and motor scooters. How many spaces in this lot for motorcycles and motor scooters?
We'll have to look that up, Councilmember Wolf.
Okay, you can come back to that one. And also the size of the spaces, the size of the parking spaces in a lot of the surface lots in the Cal Ave area are extremely tight. A lot of people complain about them, where they'll even pass up a space if there's not an empty space next to it because they can't open their door and get out. What's that?
The entire garage is sized with the city's standard stall spaces, which are much bigger than many of the spaces in the existing Cal Ave lots.
So the ones that people complain about on Cal Ave are substandard for the city's rules?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's important for people. That's an important talking point for us to be able to say when people complain that we're going to improve that by going to larger spaces. That's useful. Yeah. How much? I know we debated this a lot a year ago, but we've also had a lot of discussion over the last year about funding our infrastructure plan. What is the difference in cost that we're estimating at this point to having 2 floors of basement versus having only 1 floor of basement and going up 1 floor higher? I don't know if that's been looked at all since our last discussion a year ago. If it hasn't, I understand because that was council's direction, but if staff has an understanding or an estimate, it would be appreciated.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, Jim.
No, I was just going to say, well, we can answer half of the question, which is the cost savings on this particular project for eliminating, say, the second floor underground was about $6.5 million savings. So that doesn't add on what the additional cost would be. I think we did identify that it could be less, but you're not going to. You probably save $1 million or $2 bucks. I'm just giving you city manager numbers.
Okay. On packet page 446 in the PF zoning amendments, I think it's interesting that we had such a contentious discussion. Was it a week ago? It feels like about a month and a half ago, but I guess it was a week ago that we talked about the PF zoning. And we were basically, there were a number of council members who talked about PF zoning as though it were sacred. And we are amending PF zoning tonight. Am I understanding that correctly? That looks like that's what we're doing in attachment B. We're amending the PF zone. And we're amending it to house cars and to provide essential services. So I would suggest an amendment that we direct staff to return with an additional exemption. This would be in 18.26.060 subsection E, where there's the lowercase i, so Roman numerals 1 and 2, to direct staff to return.
Don't worry, we got that.
For, I also want to direct my colleagues to know what we're talking about here. This is on packet page 446, to add an additional exemption for below market rate housing. Not expecting that to be added in the current iteration, but that could be added perhaps to the
I think we have a little concern right now in our ability to do that in the context of this amendment, in how we have structured the analysis that we have done on this and the impacts.
So I'm not suggesting that it be included when this comes back for second reading. What I'm suggesting is that as the, so I was just about to explain, as the Planning and Transportation Commission is taking up our housing amendments based on our housing work plan, that this be looked at as an additional item. So it'd basically be saying, as the PTC is already taking a look at zoning amendments to make it easier to add affordable housing, and I'm suggesting that this be looked at as well.
I don't understand. I guess I'm just not following. I mean,
It has to do with PF zoning.
So we're amending the suggestion.
Are you suggesting that we allow below market rate housing on all of our PF zone lots?
No. Thank you for asking for clarification. What I'm suggesting is that the Planning and Transportation Commission and staff, as they are looking at zoning amendments to make it easier to build housing, especially affordable housing, that they...
So wait, you put forward a memo, you and Corey, you and Adrian did,
And
that
Liz,
came up
yep.
with a housing work plan. Wasn't that included in that?
Right. I'm pointing to a specific here.
But wait, wasn't that included in that? And is now really the right time? It's not agendized. There's no members of the public to come up with new work for staff. We complain all the time. I mean, I guess, look, I'm sympathetic to putting more, but it just seems like it's the wrong moment.
We are talking about so to explain, we're making amendments to our PF zone. We are saying that we can make exemptions to all of Table 2 in the PF zone, but we're only going to allow future amendments or flexibility for the PF zone Table 2 if it's housing cars or for, what was the phrase, essential service buildings. I'm suggesting that we at least consider through a deliberative process affordable housing also being eligible for those kinds of exemptions.
Do you want to
And
get
if,
an amendment?
I just, I'm happy to let.
I understand where he's going. If he wants to make an amendment, we'll second.
the city attorney
Why don't
looks
you
like she would
second?
like to weigh in. I'd like to look to the city attorney and ask if this is,
So at a minimum, you'll need to amend the language, which is directive, and really what you're asking is for the staff to work with the PTC to come
yeah,
back.
so direct staff to work with PTC to, we could say to study rather than return. Change the action verb for return to study.
Can I just chime in? So I sort of share the concern that Councilmember Scharf brought up. I mean, the support for the intention, I don't want to say there's a potential for confusion when we have some overarching directives in the work plan to look at options, and then something gets kind of just sort of jammed in from the side. Sometimes that can even deflect from our ability to sort of focus on a range of options when we're following up on the work plan. Because I think the better way to do this is that as we're working through the work plan, we're talking about affordable housing, we may suggest this and 3 or 4 other changes that ought to come forward. And I just worry about it also even seeming confusing when we go to PTC and what is the council's really saying? Does this take priority over other things that we should be looking at or not? It does strike me as...
Well, I think that we could add some clarification here to address that concern that the city manager just raised. In conjunction, we could just add, in conjunction with other zoning amendments to facilitate housing production. So basically, not in place of all the other work that I know staff and PTC is doing to prepare the 2018 ordinance for housing and zoning amendments. We're just saying, add this one to the ones that you're considering. If staff feels that they are too far along in that process to incorporate this, I'd understand. But we're talking about, we do have a long-term, process. I'm just saying this is one.
I think it's up to the council where you are. I think your addition responded to the concern we were trying to articulate. I think it's up to the council whether they think this is the time to do this or not.
Mayor Niss, did you second that one?
I responded.
Did you second it?
Yes, I did, yeah. 5 minutes ago.
Just to speak very briefly to it then, I think if we're going to amend PF zone to house cars, we should also amend PF zone to house people. And, we should at least have a conversation about it before ruling out the concept. They didn't want to make any changes tonight. It would go to PTC.
And I'm supporting it because, sorry, go ahead. Brad or
Sorry,
Amy?
I didn't mean to cut you off, Madam Mayor. I wanted to answer Councilmember Wilbach's question before we move on about the motorcycle parking. So we don't currently have any allocated spaces just for motorcycle parking.
That might be a different amendment. We'll come back to that. Let's finish this one.
And the reason I'm supporting this is that it always looks as though we'll get back to something. We don't always. And when we're dealing with PF zoning, which somehow has become a hot and heavy issue lately, I'd like to see this in here tonight. I think what Adrian has said before is if we spend as much time on raising our kids as we did on building parking lots, we might get some really good results. So this is an expensive project. We're weaving in another, I think, related issue, and I support this. You want me to just clean off the board? Do people want to speak to the amendment or not? So let me clean it off. Turn out your light if you're speaking to the amendment. Karen, and then Tom.
I'll be really quick on this. I just don't think this is the night to be doing this. We've got an extraordinary agenda. I think this takes a fair amount of discussion. We have staff that's been overloaded with all kinds of things that we have put forth of late, and I think if we're going to do this, we need to have a separate discussion about it and not try to tack it on to something tonight that's not where this was headed. So I can't support it tonight.
Yeah, I think we're getting into the funny season with the election coming up. I support the housing work plan, particularly around our BMR programs. And did you say people spend more time raising their kids than? No. What did you just say?
It was about money. We said we put more money into some of our parking spaces than we do into raising our kids.
Oh, well, I was going to say, personally, I've spent way more money on my kids. Money and time on my kids than garages. We have a lot of people here waiting. We're now behind schedule again. I really think this is poor governance, poor process. This is a very specific item. So I would suggest we get back to the agenda.
Would totally agree. There are no other lights on this, so vote on the board. All right, this passes 5-4. Do I need to read everybody off? I'm not going to because it passed. So that takes us back to the main motion. Am I correct? Did we get back there?
Oh, actually, I was just going to ask, I don't think we need an amendment to make sure that two-wheeled vehicles with motors have a place to park. Is that correct?
So I hadn't meant to interrupt the mayor's speaking to her second. But yeah, I think there's sufficient flexibility in how the garage is striped and laid out. I mean, the design you're approving is not meant to specifically approve the exact number of spaces and just how they would be set out. So we can take that into account.
Yeah, I will not make an amendment. I'll just point out that I think Palo Alto does a poor job of providing motorcycle and scooter parking in the city.
So you voted yes, right? Okay, Madam Mayor, main motion.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Oh, just back to you. The main motion is before you, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we just said that a moment ago. So the motion is on the board. I can ask Councilmember Scharf to run through it again if you wish, but if you, more comments? Karen?
Yeah,
To the main motion.
To the main motion, haven't gotten to speak to it yet.
Okay.
So a couple of questions. On packet page 400, it talks about, under development phasing, and it talks about additionally staff, about middle of the paragraph, additionally staff is developing a parking mitigation plan to address the loss of existing surface parking spaces during garage construction. Why is that happening now as opposed to being part of the EIR? I don't understand that.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Would it help maybe if I explain what the parking mitigation plan is?
No, I'm saying if staff is working on a parking mitigation plan to put in place during construction, why wasn't that a part of the EIR?
I don't believe parking impacts from construction are considered an environmental impact under CEQA. Is that right?
Yes, there's a study of the reconfiguration of the parking lot for.
She's asking why it's not in the
Yeah,
CEQA
it's not considered, circulating, looking for parking is air quality, but the parking is really not an
Right,
impact.
but it's hard to separate the two, and I understand the city, and there's differences of opinions on whether parking is an EIR issue or not, but the city's position is that it's not. But as you say, how do you uncouple people going around looking for parking? So I don't understand why this isn't part of the EIR. Because the trip generation, while the parking garage is under construction, people are going to be displaced from parking lot.
Well, it's been studied, the need to have, beefed up parking during the construction. So that it's not specifically laid out in the EIR is okay because it goes into the logistics plan, which always happens, prior to actual construction.
Okay. I also had just a clarifying question. This also happens to be on packet page 400. In the first paragraph, it talks about, and maybe I just can't read this in the plan, when I was trying to go through that, it said the design includes an overhead canopy to cover 50% of the vehicle parking spaces and trees to provide screening. I was interested in why there couldn't be more trees, or where this is, that there couldn't be more trees as opposed to a canopy. Is it because of where it is in the building that I can't tell on the plans?
The canopy, I think, is referring to the photovoltaic canopy that's over the top for the garage.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. And then when I was looking at the plans on sheet 00.04, it talks about, or there's actually, as part of one of the drawings, it says, no trees can be saved with full lot subterranean development. And that's on Sherman. And I'll try to make this quick because we do have this full agenda, very full agenda. But when I look at also some of the sheets here, it looks like a couple of the streets really don't have street trees. I mean, they're really pretty barren and bleak. It's like on the plan set 01.02, and in the top view, southeast intersection southeast of Sherman Avenue and Birch Street, one side has trees, the other side is pretty darn barren. So is this the most trees that we can get on the site, especially if we're losing trees to this project?
I'm sorry, we're not looking at the plans at this moment. Are you talking about the county, on the county side of Sherman, the county property?
I don't know, directions aren't on here, and I can't tell you exactly. I'm looking at, on plan sheet 01.02, the top view. And there's, I think on the next sheet too, there's, yeah, the top view there, and,
If I might, I think
yeah,
I can
you can
answer
answer
that question.
that.
Yeah, the place that you would want to look for the quantity of trees is on sheet 02.01, the landscape plan. That actually has the quantities of trees. If you go by the renderings, we've actually strategically removed trees from the pictures so you can see the building.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little slower and more directly, please?
Yes. The renderings, the 3D views, we've strategically removed trees from those pictures so that you can see the building behind, or else all you'd see would be a wall of trees. So the 3D views are not indicative of the quantity of trees, but the landscape plan is. And the landscape plan is on 02.01.
I've got it, Okay, there are other ways to indicate them, but anyway. Then I had a question to address Ms. Yamagata, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, if my writing is clear enough, about, is there a way to incorporate in the parking garage some of these dumpsters for the businesses there? Because, I mean, we just had a conversation earlier about dumpsters and how they can become unsightly, and just the dumpsters themselves in serial row is pretty unsightly and is not conducive to a good retail environment. We want trying to support the retailers with this garage.
So this is a topic that we've been discussing with the California Avenue Business Association group, and we've talked with them about setting aside a few of the parking spaces in the garage to include an enclosure. So we're both working with Green Waste to try to see if it's really true that all of those dumpsters and bins can't have a home where they should belong. For instance, let's say a business has a very large recycling dumpster that they're having emptied once a week. They might be able to have a smaller container that was serviced more frequently that could fit inside their own space or enclosure. But we are working on including an enclosure in the parking structure.
I can't speak to all the buildings along there, but a lot of the buildings are older existing buildings, and they don't have a spot on
And our
site
thought
for a
about
dumpster.
that also is that this is probably a long-term temporary phenomenon, because as buildings are redeveloped over time, they're required to provide the appropriate space for their containers on site so that they won't be out in the alley. But we know that's some ways away.
And yes, that's a long term. So in the nearer term, I think we need to have some kind of accommodation for those dumpsters. And I think just my last comment is, you know, it's going to be interesting. I've made this comment numerous times from this dais, going back many years. It's going to be interesting to see how history looks at some of these buildings that we're building now, because I find that they have less of a pedestrian appeal and feel to them than some of our, 20s and 30s architecture. And it isn't about style, it's about the pedestrian aspect of them and that pedestrian feel. And also how the mass is broken up, because, there are a lot of things about this building that I like. It doesn't necessarily look exactly like a parking garage. I like, especially the lighting at night. There are a lot of things about it that I do like, so I don't want to sound like just anti. But that every aspect of the building is regular. Every aspect of the building is exactly the same height. It's just, it makes the building actually seem much more massive than it need to. And it's not going to happen in my time, certainly on this council, but I wish we would start looking at other ways to do this that would reduce the mass effect and to be more pedestrian friendly. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So I really only have one item, which is, and some of my fellow colleagues have talked about this before, which is that this building's been around for a long time, or these buildings will be around for a long time, and, it's hard to know whether we're going to need as much parking as we need today. And I think that's actually a good point. And I think at previous meetings, we've also talked about how, we should look at maybe using car lifts or being able to repurpose the building to accommodate other uses. But staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's kind of too late for the CalAV garage, right? The garage you're talking about today, to do something like that. What about the public safety building garage? Is it possible to repurpose or to make because I know right now the goal is to try to have all the parking on the ramp so that it's sufficient parking, but then it really makes it means that it can only be used for parking, or like the ultimate skateboard ramp or something, but nothing else, because all the floors are sloped. So for the public safety building, is it possible to have it so that it could be reused if as much parking is not needed in the future? I don't know if staff has a comment on that. Because it looks like the public safety plan is still being updated.
Go ahead.
Well, I would just say that, over most of that parcel, we're building a public safety building that's planned to have a 50 to 75-year life. So I'm not imagining the circumstances where we'd be able to reuse something under the building.
I think we'll have opportunities. I mean, we're still in the process of exploring the design and even considering, are there changes to the design for the public safety building we might consider. So I was imagining that in this August, September timeframe, we might be able to surface and talk about some of those kind of options in more detail.
Because the other thing about the public safety building is that it's going to be a lot of employee parking, I would imagine. And if you use car stackers, you could potentially put a lot more cars, get a lot higher utilization of the parking versus the traditional parking ramp type of idea. So since on number 4 we're talking about future projects, what I'd like to do is make a small amendment, which hopefully the maker and seconder will agree to, and that's direct staff. So it's the same thing as it says now for future projects, but also consider using car lifts and parking that can be repurposed for other uses for future projects. So this is adding a little end in number 4.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Will the seconder of the motion accept that? Councilmember Du Bois. Question. Do you accept the amendment?
Car lifts.
Is that a yes?
Number 4.
Did you
So
say
just-
yes, Greg?
I did.
I mean, we voted on this already.
Oh, no, it's future projects. For future projects,
Consider
not
car
on this
lifts.
parking garage.
Sure.
Yeah. So actually, so something that that's missing here, so it's car lifts and parking that could be repurposed. Because I think fundamentally, if you make parking structures that are all sloped floors, it can be used nothing else but for parking. And so I saw a garage in Redwood City. I think it's Redwood City off the freeway. And what they did was they have all the parking flat, and then the ramps on the outside, so that if one day they need to use it for something else, they just take off the ramps, and then it could be something else.
We ready to vote?
Yeah, we're sort of expanding.
I'm sorry to be expanding too, but so I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, going down to 2 stories for the parking since the public safety building is attached or in some way linked with the garage, I still have. I think in the past I've brought this up in terms of the cost of the PSB that's going up. And since it does have subterranean floors, that I actually really would like and because the design hasn't been completed yet, that we actually kind of look at alternative alternative ways or alternative areas for having a public safety building, perhaps not in this site, which could be maximized for highest and best use of its land, which would be for below-market housing as well as for retail, and have the public safety building moved over to the Bayshore site that was proposed some time back. And I know this is something that past councils have already moved forward on, but with cost and with changes in the demographics in our city and the need for more housing, I really think that this is something alternative that we should be exploring as a project alternative. And then we wouldn't have to dig deeper and encounter water or have to do dewatering. And our parking garage might not even need the subterranean level, the 100 and, how many cars on each of the floors for the garage? In the garage. Because we're
I'm sorry,
replacing.
in the public safety building subterranean parking?
No, I want to know about the,
Avenue Garage.
yes.
On average, a little over 100 spaces,
Okay.
100 to
So-
110.
So if we're replacing the 150 spaces that's at the surface lot that the public safety building is going to go onto, that's already one level of the subterranean that we might have less of, or even less at the public safety building. We have two subterranean levels at the public safety building. I mean, so what I'm looking at is how do we minimize the subterranean level so that we don't have to encounter water?
Yeah. So if I can, I think those are very good comments. I think the council's overall direction to us prior about looking at cost savings and value engineering, doing that on the public safety building. We are, the council's prior direction was to really look at cost savings or value engineering where we could. And we are looking at those very factors right now in the public safety building. We understand the issue. There are 2 floors, subterranean floors, for example. What would be the impact of, say, just having 1 floor on needing to deal with dewatering? What does that mean about, how we could park the project and that sort of thing?
I just think that the site is also not used to its highest and best use in terms of, given that we have all this talk on housing, and it's a perfect site for housing, especially for below market rate, and it's going to be near transportation and everything, including retail and grocery stores. So I think it's just unfortunate that if we're not looking at it as looking for alternatives in terms of ensuring that we use our city properties to its highest and best use, and this is also zoned public facility, which should benefit the greater good. Both parking garages and the public safety buildings are needed. I've been a great support of public safety, and I think that they should have something that is more modern. However, I still question whether this is the best site for it. As for parking, we certainly do need it, just if nothing, to relieve the future onslaught of cars that's going to be in the vicinity and moving into the neighborhoods, and that's just simply unacceptable. So on this one here, since it's just the FEIR, so you should expect me to bring this back up in finance and at other points. So thanks.
Okay, vote.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing this forward, for all the hard work on it, and thanks to my colleagues for your comments and questions. At a high level, I think this project is a done deal. I also think it's a pretty dumb deal. As I've spoken about before, we're about to sink $50 million into a concrete building to house cars for a problem that occurs 2 hours per day, as our staff has outlined for us. The parking demand doubles at noon, and at all other times it's half that. If you go to Cal Ave, sometimes it is hard to find a parking spot. This is anecdotal. Outside of that lunch crush, it's not. And so when we talk, sometimes there's political talk up here about developer giveaways and such. I would put forth this is the quintessential giveaway. We are spending $50 million of public money on a parking garage, which we're then going to let people use for free. Especially given the changing nature of transportation and mobility, parking services, the success of our TDM programs, new services such as, I don't know if everybody's seen all these e-scooters, which might be able to serve the folks at SRP who want to scoot down to lunch on Cal Ave. That said, I don't think it would be helpful for me at this point to try and stop this whole garage. I think there are enough votes to pass it, so I'm not going to try and do anything there. Just a couple questions. If we approve this one tonight, and our hotel tax fails on the fall ballot, would this potentially squeeze out any other projects from our infrastructure plan? So, Jim, the question is, if we pass this one tonight and our additional hotel tax measure fails in the fall, would this potentially squeeze out other items on our infrastructure plan? And how are we kind of making those trade-offs?
Well, we do have some expected revenue streams. I think we share with those related to the existing TOT, which we have been collecting, and other dedicated funding sources. But there would, if it failed, there would be impact on other projects within the plan. Now, I guess I've been assuming that the public safety building is the central key hub project, so I mean, I can't imagine that would make any sense anyway. I mean, we're going to have marginal impacts upon what we can do, so I would think we would be looking at projects of lesser cost than the public safety building to shave off.
Right. So I guess a follow-up then is why is the parking garage linked to the public safety building in this way? I mean, I understand that, if we're turning one parking lot into a new public safety building, we lose parking spots. Why are these two linked in this way in terms of staff bringing forward items 1, 2, and 3?
When we brought to council the various options for the public safety building around town, and council selected the lot C6, we went and studied that, and in conjunction found that they were tied together because there was a project in the council infrastructure plan to provide a new California Avenue parking garage, and this was a means we could do both, and they're brought here together because really the impacts of the projects influence each other.
Okay. Just one or two more comments, and then I'll try one small motion. So I want to echo what Councilmember Holman mentioned about the pedestrian appeal and aspect of this project, but I would also put forth that a parking garage is inherently anti-pedestrian. So what's the point? And so the one amendment I'd like to try, and I hope my colleagues will support this, is that we direct staff to implement dynamic pricing for these garage spaces.
So there's a couple of things you said that I think first of all, I assume we're going to charge for at least permits on this. When you say dynamic pricing, aren't we doing a pricing parking study right now to determine what we're going to do in terms of parking?
I don't know the scope of what we've got on that study. I'm very sympathetic to the suggestion. I would say I don't think we have this described and noticed in such a way to do this. I do think you could ask the staff to look at this and come back, I mean, in some other, I don't think you can implement that, but you could ask us to look at it.
Well, how about if we just said direct staff to include dynamic pricing in our paid parking studies?
that okay, Molly?
So I would be happy with that, but I think comprehensively across the city, we don't have a great handle on our parking supply and demand and management.
Say it again.
I think across the city, we don't have a good comprehensive handle on our parking issues in terms of supply, in terms of demand, in terms of how we manage and price them overall. And while, yes, I agree with you, we need to look at pricing across the board. Tonight, we are just talking about this project. And I think it might be more helpful, actually, to focus it on this project. Maybe it's, direct staff to come back with a pricing proposal on these spots.
Consider or explore rather than
Yeah, I think it's
adopt.
just more about the noticing of
The
what
direction.
we're doing tonight, not the concept.
And Councilmember Sharp, you're absolutely right. There are some permit spots in here, but the vast majority of this garage is meant to meet the 2-hour lunch crush. And frankly, I think it's completely reasonable if we're going to spend $50 million, which I fully expect to go up, that some of that should be recovered through parking fees. So I guess I'll restate the proposed amendment. Direct staff to consider pricing for the parking garages. It may not be dynamic, it may be some other model. That's up to you. And I would encourage you all to accept that.
So, I still think you're not willing to put direct staff to consider, as part of a, are we considering for the Cal Avenue area?
It was the downtown
paid
parking
or
study.
just downtown?
Well, it's not before you this evening.
Right. I guess it's not before us. I'm just not going to accept it.
Thank you, Councilmember Wolbach. So the point here is we are building a $50 million parking garage, and we're giving the spots away for free. I think the citizens of Palo Alto deserve some return on that. And on top of it, pricing is the only way to control parking demand.
Yeah, I'll be quick to this. Parking is a very valuable resource. We've heard a lot of people with a variety of different angles concerned that we're even doing this garage. Some from a quality of life concern, some from environmental concern, some from a city budget concern. So there's already a growing amount of skepticism about this garage. I think that
Staff told me not to.
I think that the most important thing we can do if we're going to move forward with this and be responsible about it in the face of the budgetary challenges that we're facing in particular is to recognize the value of these parking spaces. Currently, if I had to design a pricing structure tonight, which I don't want to, but if I had to do it tonight, what I'd probably say is we should push all long-term parkers, so people parking all day while they're at work, or people who live in the neighborhood who are looking for extra places that they'd like to rent a space, have them park in the garage, especially if there's future developments that might need extra space, and have them pay, right? Have future developers pay for long-term spaces so we can recuperate some of our cost. And then leave existing surface lots and street parking more available for 2-hour parking. People, residents or others visiting the city who want to run in real quick and grab a bite to eat, do some shopping, go to the farmer's market, et cetera. But the reasonable thing to do is to explore having the bulk of this parking garage be permit parking, and figuring out the pricing structure for that is something that I think we can do. We don't need to work out the details tonight, though.
We've been at this one now for an hour and 45 minutes. You've all got your lights on again. Do you, pardon? That's just what. So I'm going to suggest that you all just vote on the amendment, and we'll end it there. So up or down?
AJ has one more comment.
It's another 5-4. You'll read in a minute who voted in what direction. So,
Mayor, just one last comment,
Yes.
30 seconds.
Yes, I
So thank
remember
you for your
you're
support on that,
still up.
folks. Last thing I'll say, and this is a little bit chiding our process here, this parking garage does not fit with our newly passed comprehensive plan or sustainability and climate action plan at all. And how we consider that and how we deal with that, we're missing the opportunity tonight.
Adrian, you had once asked you wanted to vote separate.
I was going to ask the mayor to separate number 3 on this, but I think it would just be symbolic, and I don't want to slow up our process anymore tonight.
All right.
I oppose the parking garage, but I want to get us a new public safety building.
Just speaking briefly, since I haven't spoken yet, but I would agree with the comments that Councilmember Fine has made. Somehow we're heading in an odd direction when we keep talking about EVs and carbon taxes and so forth, and we've ended up here voting for an enormous garage, and they always look much bigger than you ever think they will. But there are two things I'm really concerned about, and actually, and I do not normally have this happen, but I'm irritated about them. Greg, where's Greg? He's gone. Greg and I have been talking about mechanical lifts for, I think, going on a year. You keep telling me they can't be put in this garage. I don't think that's true. I don't even need to hear a response. I just don't believe it's true. The second thing is we have asked, and our neighbors surrounding us have this. When I drove into Mountain View garage the other day, they had little lights over the spaces to indicate whether or not there was a space. The first time I asked for this was in 2013. What is it about this that we cannot seem to get some modern things into our very upscale community? Again, I don't need an answer. I'm just putting out that I cannot understand why. I remember making a motion in 2013 that said, couldn't we have indicators outside our garage as to how many spaces were there? Why aren't there lights so that you can see overhead exactly whether or not there's a space without going up and down every aisle? And lastly, please look at mechanical lifts again, especially when you get to the downtown, if we ever do a downtown garage. I am not going to vote for another garage without mechanical lifts in it. With that, let's vote on the board. That passes with Councilmember Tanaka briefly out of the room. Okay. I'm sorry you can't register his vote on this. Thank you. So that's an 8 in favor, 1 abstaining. And takes us to our next item tonight, which is actually number 13, which we moved to number 12. And I have a feeling a number of you are here for number 13. If you have white stickers on, are you all here for number, which you might think it's number 12, it's actually now 13? Or vice versa?
It's now number 12.
Vice versa, yes, thank you. So,
It's the healthcare costs initiative measure is up now.
So hang on a minute.
And it looks like we made the right prediction on reordering the...
There's been a request that we take just a 4 or 5 minute break while you all see if you can find seats, I doubt that you'll all be able to, but some people will be leaving, and there may be room again out in the other room. So since I hate to see everyone standing, if you have room next to you, would you just put your hand up so people know that they can come and sit someplace inside? Okay, we'll be back at 10:30. It's 10:25.
Thank you, Liz.
For the building, and that something that's been in a process for a long time. Also, the big night for parking garages. Lizness, though, Mr. Tanaka was opposed. He didn't get the vote, but he probably would have voted. I would think he would have voted no on that. But everybody else was a unanimous vote. Lizness said that she would vote. She wouldn't vote for another parking garage without a lift in it. It was quite a night on that. Those two projects, these are big projects, a lot coming up. We have another big one coming up as well. So this is a lot going on tonight. We have a few more items still left. us into the wee hours of the morning.
Oh, we're going to be here a while.
We also have, remember there is a special meeting tomorrow. It's at the Mitchell Park Community Center at El Camino Room, Palo Alto. And that's the update on the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan and traffic, and that is from 6 to 7:30. Also Wednesday at 8 a.m. There's a special meeting, community meeting room, 8 a.m. It's the City Council Rail Committee, introduction of Eileen Goodwin on Apex strategies to discuss community engagement for grade separation, discussion of next steps to further narrow possible grade separation, consideration of May 29th, 2018 meeting, BTA Measure B grade separation funding, and then Caltrain business plan discussion potentially recommended the Caltrain. Then we go on to the 18th of June. Next Monday night is our next broadcast. Looks like we're going to be on around, looks like around 6:30 next week. We'll be live. It kicks things off with a closed session with labor negotiations, and then we have several items on there, big consent items on there, and a big action item, which is the adoption of a budget ordinance for the fiscal year 2019 and operating capital budgets and municipal fee schedule. So that's one reason why this meeting tonight is so much on here, and it's just huge. We're going deep into the wee hours, probably 1, maybe it looks like it's going maybe 1:30, maybe 2 a.m., we'll see. But the budget is next week, so they want to clear out all this so they can pass that budget. Tuesday, June 19th, there was a Finance Committee meeting that's been canceled. Thursday, June 21st, it is Policy and Services Committee. Staff recommendations that the Policy Services Committee recommends City Council green purchasing audit status. Also, the Policy and Services Committee recommending City Council accept status update for the audit parking funds. Staff recommendation of the Policy and Services Committee recommend the City Council accept the status update for Community Services Department. Staff recommendation of the Policy and Services Committee recommend the City Council accept status update on cross-border inspection contract audit. And item number 5, the staff recommendation of the Policy and Services Committee recommend the City Council accept the status update of accuracy of water metering billing audit and auditor's quarterly report as of March 31st. Also on Monday the 25th is the last broadcast. This could tentatively be the last broadcast before they go on a break, but I did hear rumors that we may not be breaking in July, but Monday, June the 25th, it's a special early broadcast. It's at 5 o'clock. Public hearing, adoption of a resolution confirming weed abatement, a report and ordering cost of abatement to special assessment on the respective properties described therein, potential ballot measures, city measures, healthcare reform, comp plan, Stanford GUP, approval of a new comment letter, pets in need, adoption of a resolution related to the downtown residential preferential parking, RPP program, reducing and otherwise amending the number of employee parking permits and making related changes, modifying and maintaining the prohibition of reparking in the RPP district more than 2 hours after the initial parking and making other clarifying modifications. Now they're now saying that the council will be on a summer break from June 26th to August 12th, and with the August 13th council packet will be produced with August 13th being when they will come back. But I heard that that may be different from that schedule. So, and of course they did adjust the council schedule to the school schedule when the school schedule changed several years ago. I'm Vince Larkin. This is KZSU Stanford. We are live tonight at the Palo Alto City Council, and we're bringing you gavel-to-gavel coverage of this important meeting as we have lots on tonight's agenda. So we will be returning shortly, and we've got the city clerk's report report certifying the sufficiency of the petition to amend the comp plan and zoning code to reduce the maximum allowable new office and R&D development, and adoption resolution replacing the initiative, and also the city clerk's report clarifying the sufficiency of an initiative petition to limit healthcare costs that hospitals and medical clinics may charge, and adopt a resolution placing initiative petition on the November 2018 ballot, and adopt the petition as an ordinance without alternation. We have lots of white coats here for that. I feel very safe. We have lots of medical students from Stanford. We have lots of people from Palo Alto Medical Clinic, from Stanford, from all over. I feel very safe. I'm next to G-Man, Janani Shaner. He's a marathon runner. He's in good shape. He's in better shape than me. I mean, I'm a swimmer. I swim a lot and I cycle and ski, so hopefully I'll be better. If anything were to happen to us, these guys would go into action. So earlier we were surrounded by Palo Alto's finest for the safety building, so I was safe there in one way. Now I'm safe in another way. So if healthcare is what you want, we got it covered right here in downtown Palo Alto at 250 Hamilton Avenue. We're ready to go. So it's police and doctor night here. And parking structure, right? So we got all three things covered tonight here on KZSU Stanford 90.1 FM. Well, you know, a lot of these people who are doctors now, a lot of them are graduating from Stanford to go into medical schools across the country. And but not everyone is a medical student. Some are actors or drama and the liberal arts. I mean, I was a liberal arts major. You gotta love the liberal arts. And one great story is that of Sterling K. Brown, who went into Stanford as an economics and business major, came out with a drama degree, and he met his wife at Stanford and in theater, and he's going to be the speaker on Saturday, June 17th, on Father's Day, graduation day. It'll be great. The KZSU will have tremendous coverage of the events of graduation, and Sterling K. Brown is an alum, and his wife is an alum, and he's making history by being the first African American to win both the Screen Actors SAG Award and Golden Globe for Best Actor in a Dramatic TV Series, and it's going to be great. He is an eloquent role model for an entire generation, inspiring us and moving performances that not only bring life to each character, but is also an important part of a deeper understanding of our society, said Stanford President Mark Tessier-Levin. I am so pleased that Sterling will be coming back to Stanford this June to further and inspire all our graduates at the commencement. Tessier-Levin made the announcement this evening when Brown and his wife, Stanford alumni and actress Ryan Michelle Bath, spoke before a standing room audience at CMOX Auditorium, and that was when that was announced several months ago. Brown acted in high school. He came to Stanford in 1994 as an economics major, planned to be a businessman. During his first year at the university, he was invited by Harry Elan Jr., then Stanford Associate Professor of Drama, currently Vice President for the Arts and Senior Vice Provost for Education, to participate in the university's production of August Wilson's play, Joe Turner's Come and Gone. After seeing Brown's performance, Elan encouraged him to do more stage work. Brown graduated from Stanford in 1998 with a degree in drama. He went on to earn an MFA from New York University.
Calling. Hello, everyone. Find seats if you can, please. You'll be more comfortable. And we are going to start on the next item, which you have as number 13, but we're taking up next. So with that, we have in front of us the Healthcare Costs Initiative, and our job tonight is to accept the city clerk's report certifying the sufficiency of an initiative petition to limit healthcare costs that hospitals and medical clinics may charge, and adopt a resolution placing this initiative on the November ballot, or adopt a petition as an ordinance without alteration, or provide other directions to the staff. City Manager, are you the lone participant on this?
Yes, the last man standing or sitting.
The lone wolf, okay.
And that being said, you know, I hate to say it, I mean, I think the outline, or maybe I should say the skeleton of the staff report here is clear enough. Unless the city attorney has something we want to add, I think we can forego a staff presentation at this point. And I'm sure you want to be able to start to hear from the public, because I think the comments you're going to hear will help inform what our next steps ought to be. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have 2 minor additions.
Yes.
So to the staff report, since the time the staff report was drafted, the similar initiative in Livermore has qualified for the ballot there. So that's an update for you. The second thing is that the title, the agenda title suggests that the council could adopt a resolution this evening. That is farther than we are able to go this evening. We did not prepare the materials to actually take that action tonight. So the recommendation is a more accurate description of as far as you could go, which would be to direct us to come back with a resolution at a future meeting, calling the election.
So just to be clear, there is no resolution in this tonight that could be adopted. Okay, so I have read off what this is going to take. Probably number 4 is significant other direction to staff with respect to the initiative, if you wish to. There's background in here, more information on this, and I think, given the lack of extensive background, I think we could go to the public at this point. Any complaints about that? Okay, so at this point, and for those of you who might not have been here before for other reasons, this is your opportunity to speak to the measure that's before us. And we have 3 groups that have 5 people in them, if I understand that correctly. And that group will get 5 minutes, and they will have, as you can see here, David Entwistle speaking for the first one, and Harry Dennis, then Declan Walsh. And then the rest of the speakers, I am sad to tell you, will get 1 minute each. We are getting very late tonight and want to be able to vote on this before midnight, hopefully. So with that, unless there are questions from council, I'm going to start with David Entwistle, who's speaking for Mary Stutz, Andy Coe, John Cohen, and Patrick Bartosh. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is David Entwistle. I'm the President and CEO of Stanford Healthcare, here speaking on behalf of Stanford Healthcare, as well as a larger community coalition that includes the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, Kaiser Permanente, and others on behalf of this measure. Palo Alto's well-being is a Stanford Healthcare priority. That is one of the reasons why we oppose this UHW initiative. We believe that this measure is inherently against the best interest of Palo Alto and its residents, with far-reaching negative consequences. For us as healthcare providers, you as city government, and ultimately the patients and the people of which we care about. UHW initiative does not address healthcare costs or limit prices charged to patients who have insurance coverage. It prescribes that local physicians, medical clinics, and doctors pay rebates to insurance companies without any requirement that these rebates be based toward lowering the cost of premiums to those individuals. The UHW initiative doesn't just harm the large providers in our market. It applies to local dentists, optometrists, and other small specialty practices in the city. The financial impacts are likely to have many, quite frankly, cut back, potentially close, or I think even worse yet, choose to relocate outside of the city because of the onerousness of this. This would tear, I believe, at the fabric of what Palo Alto and the city is and what we provide to the community here. This initiative will also impact your ability to provide public services as the city. the city is mandated with enforcing this new and complex healthcare financing scheme, which we believe will require a significant investment of staff, time, and taxpayer dollars. City government does its job well now, but there are legitimate concerns about how these new mandates and burdens will impact the city's ongoing operations. We recognize that healthcare is costly. We are working to bring the cost down, but this initiative doesn't help that. It will just reduce the availability of healthcare programs and services by drastically underfunding them. This ballot initiative proposed by UHW does not move us forward or make Palo Alto better. In fact, it does the very opposite. And I respectfully ask the City Council to join us in opposing this measure. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Our next speaker is Harry Dennis for Elizabeth Villardo, Andrew Epstein, James Mackwood, and Christine Thorvald.
Hello, my name is Harry Dennis. I appreciate the chance to briefly share my thoughts on this critical topic of maintaining excellent health care in Palo Alto. I was born at Stanford Hospital, and I've been a patient at the Palo Alto Medical Clinic or Foundation all my life. I have been delighted to practice pediatrics at the Palo Alto Medical Foundation for 27 years. The physicians and staff of PAMF are part of this community, treating patients from all walks of life and with diverse personal stories. Our perspective is that everyone deserves the best possible care in an environment where they feel safe, comfortable, and respected. It was this perspective that attracted me back to practice at the Palo Alto Medical Foundation and brought me back to my hometown. We have nearly 1,500 physicians that provide comprehensive care to patients of all ages in nearly all medical specialties. We're located across several Bay Area counties so we can meet the needs of the region. We take this mission seriously and put our collective hearts, souls, and resources towards this goal. The pediatricians of PAMF take tremendous pride in caring for the children we see. Our focus is their well-being. That is why I am gravely concerned with the proposed UHW Palo Alto ballot measure. It does not help me serve children or help my colleagues treat their patients. It would not make care more accessible or improve our ability to improve quality or safety. It would make it substantially more difficult to attract and retain the finest doctors, nurses, technologists, medical assistants, and other staff who are critical to delivering the best possible care. I feel fortunate to have been able to grow up in a community with access to such excellent care. I feel honored to be a part of the team working hard at the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, a team which has so far navigated the challenges of providing truly high-quality health care in a financially challenging location. And I'm hoping to be able to continue to get that excellent care myself into my own old age. This measure puts that at risk. The people at PAMF are proud to join with Stanford Healthcare and more than 20 other organizations who are here to strongly oppose the UHW's initiative. We respectfully ask that you join us to protect Palo Alto's access to high-quality medical care. We have many individuals and organizations here in support of our position on this, and please, if those of you who are opposed to this initiative, if you would join me in standing briefly. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much. Next, we have Declan Walsh. Close?
Close. Good evening. My name is Declan Walsh. I'm a policy analyst at SEIU UHW. Thank you for the time. The supporting materials for this agenda item clearly demonstrate an attempt by Stanford Healthcare to encourage the city to take steps toward preventing the Palo Alto Accountable and Affordable Healthcare Initiative from going to the voters. Unfortunately, those materials also demonstrate that the city is persuaded by and sympathetic to many of Stanford's arguments. I want to briefly respond to both Stanford's arguments and the preliminary assessment by the Office of the City Manager staff. First, with respect to the June 6th letter from Stanford's General Counsel and the legal concerns raised by staff, I will just say that our attorneys are confident in the constitutionality of the initiative and that the length and breadth of the legal arguments laid out by Stanford, in particular the issue of preemption, are baseless. Stanford knows this, we know this, and we encourage Council to interrogate Stanford's legal arguments in more detail. Second, we are relieved to find that staff finds Stanford's argument that it or other providers may be forced to relocate should the initiative pass to be an unlikely outcome. This comment by Stanford is particularly egregious in our view, but is also typical of the hospital's responses to date when confronted with the facts on its poor infection rates and exorbitant pricing. Stanford Healthcare never addresses the issues head-on, and in this case they threaten to leave town rather than to do so. And the facts are damning. In a 5-year period, Stanford Healthcare, for 3 major infection categories, MRSA, CLABSI, and C. diff, accounted for 31% of all their infections in a 5-year period. In the same vein, we find it telling that Stanford Healthcare feels it will be forced to respond to the initiative's implementation by reducing staff and benefits rather than investing in the quality improvements the initiative expressly encourages. Just to be clear, the entire aim of the initiative is to both rein in healthcare costs and boost quality. And these two aspects of healthcare's triple aim are very directly linked. Hospital-acquired infections potentially increase costs for Stanford hospitals and patients to the tune of millions each year. At this time, we are unable to substantiate the reduced revenues estimate provided to you by Stanford, but it appears to assume that the initiative's impact is one-sided, affecting only the revenue side of the equation. However, the initiative is dynamic in design. To a large extent, the impact on revenue is dependent on how much the hospital chooses to prioritize and invest in allowable expenditures, such as quality and healthcare improvement costs. Finally, with respect to City Manager staff's discussion of the potential for increased administrative burden and concerns around staffing capacity, we assume that these concerns are generic to any proposed initiative or ordinance. The city must always find a way to balance the varied interests of its inhabitants within budgetary and capacity considerations. We believe any enforcement costs the city does incur will be largely offset by fines described under pricing limitations and rebates in the initiative. That aside, and directly to staff's point of concern for taxpayers, the people of the city of Palo Alto have demonstrated support for the initiative well beyond the required minimum signatories. And the people of Palo Alto have the right to vote on the initiative in November, should the council decide not to adopt the ordinance before then. Council should let the people decide whether they want to lead on affordable quality health care, rather than allow Stanford to preempt that decision. The people of Palo Alto demand that their health care be affordable and that it be delivered by institutions that are also willing to be accountable for the quality of the care they provide. And this is a feeling shared by voters in other cities too. We therefore urge council members not take any action that would prevent Palo Alto's inhabitants from having their voices heard on this important issue. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And you can see the names that are listed up here, but I also will announce them as well. So Dennis Lund, followed by Joe Cafaro, and then Kurt Kirschner. Welcome.
Madam Mayor and City Councilors, my name is Dr. Dennis Lund, and I am a children's surgeon at the Lucille Packard Children's Hospital. I am also very privileged to be the interim Chief Executive Officer there. I rise to voice my strong opposition to this proposition. You may wonder why I am speaking to this issue, since the Children's Hospital is specifically excluded from the proposal. Packard Children's Hospital treats over 14,000 inpatient children and mothers each year, almost half of whom qualify for Medi-Cal and live near or below the federal poverty level. Packard Children's shares many services with Stanford Healthcare, including the only Level 1 trauma center for adults and children in this area, and we see almost 20,000 children annually in our joint emergency department, most of whom come from the local area. We share these services to increase our efficiency and to lower costs. This proposal will clearly have an adverse effect on Stanford Healthcare, and by virtue of our close relationship with the adult hospital, will also adversely affect the children and pregnant mothers whom we treat at Packard. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for coming. Joe, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you very much. My name is Joe Cafaro. I am the Regional Vice President for the Hospital Council. Hospital Council is an advocacy group that represents all hospitals. All the hospitals in the South Bay area oppose this initiative. We understand your responsibility as a city council regarding the initiative process. We urge you to request a fiscal impact report so that you fully understand and the taxpayers fully understand what is being asked of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kurt Kirschner, Margaret Raffin, and Peggy Burke.
Good evening. My name is Kurt Kirschner. I'm an attorney with Jones Day. We represent both Stanford Healthcare and Palo Alto Medical Foundation. SHC and PAMP are so concerned about the impact of this unconstitutional initiative that SHC and PAMP will take all appropriate steps, including legal action, to prevent this unconstitutional measure from going forward. Our requests to the city are to join us in that initiative. Like the city of Emeryville has already done, we think it is appropriate for the city of Palo Alto to join us in seeking to invalidate this unlawful measure before it is imposed on the city. We think that this would have such a detrimental impact on the city, the community, patients, and providers, that taking that step is appropriate both under the law and for policy reasons. If you are not prepared to do that tonight, we request that you consider this further and reschedule this for a future hearing before you take action, preferably next week. Thank you.
Margaret, and then Peggy Burke.
Good evening, I'm Margaret Raffin. I've been a resident.
So, yeah, way close.
Sorry, close. I'm Margaret Raffin. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for over 60 years. I served as a trustee of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation for over 10 years, and am currently a director of the Stanford Healthcare Board. I strongly oppose this initiative because of the impact it will have on our community by imposing a unnecessarily burdensome bureaucracy, by requiring the city of Palo Alto to enforce this complex program, costing taxpayers money and diverting critical resources from public services, which are very, very critical to sustaining our community. And so for those reasons, I hope that you will consider opposing this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking. Peggy Burke and then Stephanie Munoz.
Hi there. I am Peggy Burke. I'm a longtime resident and longtime business owner in Palo Alto, and I oppose this initiative. The UHW initiative claims it will improve the cost of care and increase quality, but it is misleadingly written. The measure forces local hospitals, medical clinics, and doctors to pay rebates to insurance companies without any requirement that these rebates be passed on to patients. To claim it will improve affordability is wrong. Thank you.
Stephanie Munoz, are you still here, Stephanie? She is. Okay, let me have somebody while Stephanie's coming up. Olga Hurtado, are you close by? Okay, if you'll speak first, and then Stephanie, you can follow.
Hello, my name is Olga Hurtado, and I stand with this initiative.
Pull the mic down, please.
Excuse me? Oh, I thought I did.
Point to that.
Okay. So I've worked at Stanford for 4 years with the EVS department. When I started, I was a part of a special project team which consisted of detail cleaning. The discharge room was blocked for 2 hours while we cleaned the areas that were not touched daily. It was put to a stop about 2 years ago. I recently suggested to management to bring it back to help fix this high infection rate, but was told the hospital needs money. We have 20 minutes to do what we can to get the next patient in as quickly as possible. I appreciate your time. Thanks.
After Stephanie will be Chuck Fonseca, Dan Walls, and Juan Lamata.
Thank you, Mayor Niss and others.
I wish I could support the wish of the Stanford classified employees. I know they care about the patients. I know they're doing their best, and I don't think they're getting the best deal. But what we have all over this country is a takeover of a profession by an economic system, which forces doctors who live to alleviate human suffering to be pushed into a system in which there are fewer of them so that the prices can go up so that there will be more money to spend in this country. I think that every elected official in this country, and it may seem like inappropriate, but we should all work to get single payer, to get health insurance onto the Social Security where it was to begin with.
Thank you. Chuck Fonseca, and then Dan Walls.
Hello, Madam Mayor, Honorable City Council. My name is Chuck Fonseca. I'm a nursing assistant at SHC. I've been employed there for 29 years. I've seen many changes at my hospital, and according to our new CEO, it is the most expensive hospital in the Bay Area. So most expensive does not necessarily equate to least number of hospital-acquired infections. This past Christmas into the new year, my wife was admitted for surgery. She acquired one of those hospital-acquired infections. A normal stay that it should have been 4 days for her procedure ended up being 3 weeks. So we spent Christmas and New Year's there. She's doing fine now, by the way. While we were walking one day on the unit, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dan Walls, Juan Lamata, Anna Toledano.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name's Dan Walls. I'm a graduate student at Stanford and a former member of the Graduate Student Council there. During my tenure, the council sent a letter to the Stanford Healthcare leadership in March concerning the ballot initiative. And in that letter, we didn't explicitly endorse the initiative, but we urged Stanford Healthcare to address the healthcare concerns of the patients and caregivers of Stanford Healthcare, such as the cost of care and hospital-related infections, which the ballot measure elevates. In response, the CEO set a meeting between myself, another GSC member, the Chief Government and Community Relations Officer, and the Director of Employee and Labor Relations. But in the meeting, the two Stanford Healthcare representatives were unprepared to address the concerns articulated in our letter, with repeated statements that they would bring our concerns to senior leadership. We asked for a follow-up, haven't received one. It's kind of hard to take these comments as sincere if they're just going to sidestep issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Juan Lamata.
Hello, I'm a fourth-year PhD candidate in the Department of English at Stanford. And this year I represented the School of the Humanities on the Graduate Student Council. I'm here because last year we conducted a survey of the 10,000 graduate students at Stanford, and they identified healthcare as one of the top 2 issues of concern. Healthcare for grad students at Stanford is a problem. We are faced with evictions and with losing coverage if we go on a medical leave of absence. We pay higher premiums and co-pays than employees, but we receive worse care. Unlike employees, we have to seek care at Stanford Medical Center. As a grad student, I'm very concerned by the high cost, by the high rate of infections at Stanford Medical Center. Next year, we'll be working with the administration. We're going to be pushing for a healthcare bill of rights for graduate students. But until then, we see this bill by the UHW as the best way to make healthcare more affordable and safer for graduate students at Stanford. Thank you.
Anna Toledano.
That's right, yes. Hi, my name is Anna Toledano, and I'm a Palo Alto resident, a Stanford PhD candidate in the Department of History, and a student covered by Cardinal Care. I'm here this evening to speak in support of the SEIU healthcare ballot measure. My sky-high priced Cardinal Care insurance obligates me to use Stanford's healthcare services, so it's in my interest to support a measure that serves to improve patient care rather than to hinder it. To illustrate how beholden I am to Stanford healthcare, I have chronic acid reflux and have not seen a gastroenterologist in over a year because of the 4-month wait for an appointment at the hospital clinic. The ballot measure will not harm Stanford Hospital's already lackluster ability to provide care to us, as Stanford's healthcare crafters of rhetoric claim. Instead, it will serve to alleviate exorbitant patient costs that I myself have had to bear numerous times in my 3 years at Stanford and hope not to bear in my 3 years to come. Please do not fall prey to their false, insidious reframing of this measure and vote to support the accessibility of our local healthcare. Stanford patients, including me, deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Johannes Wenzel?
Münzel. So my name is Johannes Münzel. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I'm co-chair of the local chapter of Democratic Socialists of America and on the County Democratic Party Central Committee. I'm here because I believe healthcare is a human right that extends to everyone, not a means of extracting as many dollars from patients while providing substandard care. We just heard from the CEO of Stanford Healthcare that they are working on bringing costs down. I checked in 2012. The then CEO was getting $3.1 million in compensation. Maybe they can start there if they want to bring costs down. My partner is covered by Cardinal Care. You just heard from her. The system is unfair to her, and it's unfair that the system exists just to extract profit. I believe healthcare should be provided through a national health service similar to the UK. Palo Alto City Council can't do that, I'm told, but all of you can do the right thing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Justine Modica. Unless some more cards have come in, we are set. Thanks.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Justine Modica, and I'm a PhD candidate in the history department at Stanford. I'm also on Cardinal Care. This spring, we found out that Stanford was considering cutting healthcare coverage for all dependents of Stanford students. That's right, children. They were trying to kick grad students' kids off health insurance, citing rising health insurance costs. These costs are rising because Stanford healthcare prices for standard procedures are exorbitant. Because the word got out and grad students fought back, Stanford told us they would hold off for another year and not kick our colleagues' kids off healthcare, but they made no promises for the future. What's going to happen when costs keep rising and no one in the community stands up and says that's enough? That's why I support this measure. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anyone else who wishes to speak. This is an unusual situation for us. I'm going to start by making a motion, and then we will speak to the motion and have discussion about it. So the first part of the motion is, and I'll read all three. Item number 1 is accept the city clerk's certificate of sufficiency of the initiative petition to impose limits on costs that hospitals and clinics may charge in Palo Alto. So that's number 1. I'm going to read all 3 of these at once and attempt to do them in one motion unless I hear differently from the council. Second one, direct staff to return at a meeting in June, later June, with a resolution calling for an election to submit the initiative measure to the voters at the next general municipal election, which will be held on November 6th of this year. And lastly, direct staff to prepare an objective and fact-based analysis on the effect the initiative may have on the city and its residents, and return to council after the council's summer break. Our summer break is over in mid-August, and our first meeting after break is going to be August 13th, just to give you an idea. So I'm going to ask our city attorney if she would make a comment, and then I would like us to come back, and the vice mayor has his light on already. City attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So number one of your motion is an item of business that I think is uncontroversial for you to take care of this evening. It's a ministerial requirement that you accept the clerk's certification that the sufficient number of signatures have been collected. Items 2 and 3 are policy questions for the council. And I think there may be some debate and discussion amongst council about whether to do them and what the appropriate timing is.
Okay, so I'm going to look at my council members here and ask what is your pleasure. If you wish to take all of these at once, we can do that. If not, we can take them singly, and they're here right on the board in front of you.
I'll second this.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have a question or a? Okay, so let me indicate why we have done what we have done tonight. Accepting the certificate of sufficiency is a necessity when something like this has been given to us. So that must be done. That is not anything that we have any choice about making. Secondly, although we could pass the resolution tonight, I think we have some more work to do before we put this on the ballot, but we will get it on the ballot in order that it can be held, that it can be voted on November 6th. And lastly, it's very common with something like this, a measure, to have a return report that will have an objective tone to it, and also will have fact-based analysis of what happens if this were to pass. So that's my suggestion for tonight. I've spoken to the motion. And Councilmember Fine, you spoke. Would you like to speak to your second?
Quickly, thank you, Mayor Niss. Thank you, Clerk, for certifying this, and thank you, everyone, for coming out. I'll just echo everything the Mayor has said. I think tonight we are just accepting that this is a legitimate ballot measure, and we're working through the motions of putting it on the ballot for November. I'm particularly interested in hearing from my colleagues what they think about number 3, in terms of are there specifics they're looking for, whether it's fiscal impacts, administrative impacts, and those areas. But otherwise, happy to support this motion.
Madam Mayor, may I speak for just a second?
Yes, sir.
I thought when you initially made your motion on number 3, you actually had a little bit of a time frame in it at the end. I thought you were talking about when the council returned on after break.
I forgot that line, but you're absolutely correct.
And
it would be after our break, and probably in late August, early September, sometime in that time frame.
Okay.
And we can put that in here, and we will say after the summer recess. Is that sufficient, do you think?
Well, so, I just wanted to be sure that we were capturing what you had said initially.
Thank you.
I think it raises a question or begs a question, and you may talk about it as a council here, as to what is the sequence and the timing of these motions as the way they stand right now. You know, does in time, and that'll be important for us to maybe ultimately get that clear.
Number one
is you ought to be able to do tonight. Yeah.
Number 2, and I conferred with our attorney beforehand, and we have agreed that perhaps this can happen next week. We only have 2 meetings left, and I think our attempt would be to have it then, and if not, the very last meeting in June. And the objective and fact-based analysis can come back later, after something has gone on the ballot. Does that explain it?
Well, yeah, I thought that was helpful that the council also understand the sequencing of those as you propose those.
So the sequencing is really important. The number 2 has to come back to us before we go on break. There's no question. And number 3 is one that we do not have to do, but I think it's wise to do in this situation, given the measure. and our attorney may wish to speak to that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The measure is ambitious. It is far-reaching, and I think there are a lot of questions about how it might apply and what it might mean both for the city as an organization and for residents of our city. I do want to note for the council that once the council has placed an item on the ballot, we have a special responsibility to take care to use our public resources in an objective and fact-based way. And so whatever analysis and additional information we would be able to gather would be balanced and would be fact-based. And that is an obligation that we have to inform our public, but not to use our special resources as a government agency to influence an election on one side or another.
I think that's a really good explanation. We're in somewhat unusual territory. We have not done this that I can recall in recent times. So with that, let me start at this end tonight. Council members Koo, wait a minute, Phil, yeah, you had yours on first, sorry. Vice Mayor, and then Council member Koo, Walbach, Holman, and Du Bois.
Well, just briefly, yeah, I think this is the right thing to do. They followed the protocol. They have the signatures. It should go to the ballot. At the same time, it appears to constitute a very large unfunded mandate for the city to regulate healthcare in Palo Alto, a task for which we have neither expertise nor bandwidth to do. And so it would compete with the same resources on staff that we use to fix potholes, catch burglars, and put out fires. Since it's not clear that a majority of residents would make that priority at this time, I think we should not simply adopt it, and so it should go to the ballot. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. The Vice Mayor just said what I was going to say, but I also wanted to add a question. Fact-based analysis is going to include also how much it's going to cost, employee hours, how it's going to be administered and all that, right?
I think those would be topics that we would seek to address, but as to whether we're able to provide the level of feedback and information we're able to give you with respect to a very novel program such as this, I don't think we could, the city manager nor I could make any representations at this point.
Could I add to that? I think that's a really important point. And I appreciate the question and I kind of will reference back to the city attorney's comment, particularly if we bring this analysis, which I think out of necessity would have to occur given its complexity after you've made the decision to place this on the ballot. The requirement that we are objective and fact-based is key. So that being said, I would caution us to think that we could add the word total and complete and covering every every possibility would be beyond what our reach will be. Somebody will be able to say, well, you didn't look at this issue, or you didn't think about that issue. So it means that the analysis that we would do would have to be based on being objective and fact-based, but it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be able to discover would actually be a better verb for this, every aspect of the implications of this.
Right. Thank you. I think I support this motion as well. I just want to make sure that as we're moving forward that we are watching out for our constituents as well and to be fiscally responsible.
Thank you. Now, Corey, then council members.
I think Tom was before me.
Okay. Whomever was before. Tom? Are you next?
So I guess the question I have really is around the timing of number 3. And I guess in terms of using public resources to do this analysis, would it make sense to wait until after the election to do this kind of analysis? Only if it passed.
Certainly, if the measure were to pass, there would be a lot of work to do on a lot of fronts. But I think there has been some interest in informing our citizens objectively and in a fact-based way as they go through this process of considering whether the measure is a good policy and one that they will want to see implemented here.
Okay, so, you know, I'm not sure Palo Alto is equipped to handle this initiative, but it did get signed by over 3,000 voters. So I'd support the motion to put it on the ballot and to take these steps.
I'd just like to echo this, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, we're not equipped to handle this, but you're going to give us this assignment. I think we need to recognize that this has been dropped on us, really, right? To my knowledge, we have no prior outreach on our staff. We've had no participation or feedback on the writing of this in any way, and not necessarily that we would, but given the fact that it has such a significant impact on the city, it would be logical that that would be something that we would have normally expected to have received.
This is hardly the issue we normally deal with. Council members Holman and Walbach, I don't know who was first.
So I think basically my questions have been answered, but by prior questions and volunteered comments by staff. But maybe one, just to be very, very clear. So I would have sort of expected number 3 to be preparation of the impartial analysis, and I'm a little, because the reach of the initiative could be so extensive. City manager said something about like not each and every, and whatever the words were that you used, impact of this, but how would the city attorney and the city staff contain what number 3 says? Because how do we have the ability to collect all of that?
We don't mean to suggest that we will be comprehensive, but that we will be as helpful as we are able to be within the limited time allotted and the limited ability to know or discover what the universe of local price regulation of our complex healthcare system would actually entail and mean. That really is an extraordinary assignment, and we will not be comprehensive, I can tell you that now. With respect to the impartial analysis, there is a portion of the ballot that is a short statement that's prepared by my office. That process goes forward for all ballot measures, and we will do that. That's separate from this. It is possible to flip the order of 3 and 2, and if you wanted to receive some information that we might be able to gather about what the measure would mean for Palo Alto as an organization and for our residents, we could do that before you made a decision whether to call the election. But to be frank, we've received some formal correspondence that that some of the healthcare providers have substantial concerns about the legality of the measure, and that they have stated they wish to pursue those, as is their right to do, through the court system. And so that's really why maybe timing-wise it makes sense to kind of put all the balls in the air at the same time.
So appreciate that, and at the same time, what's been stated more than once now is that, again, there's a lot associated with number 3, and I guess my concern is that depending on how much and with limited expertise in this arena, we might be able to analyze the impacts of this. I'm concerned about the city being accused of being partial because of what aspects we can or can't collect just because of limited capabilities and time. So it's a concern I have. So I may ask for number 3 to be separated from the rest of the motion because I'm not certain I can support number 3.
It is not required, and I echoed your concerns in my preliminary comments as well. That would be an item we would need to watch very carefully. And council is not obligated to pursue this analysis if you wish not to do that.
So, Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask that, well, first I will ask for an amendment to the motion, which would be to delete number 3, if you would accept that.
Prefer that to voting on it separately? I'm glad to separate 3 from the rest of it.
Well, I will ask that if you will not accept deleting it.
No, I won't accept deleting it, no.
Okay.
I think it's pretty easy to separate it out, and
it is.
We're again up at 11:30, so.
Yes, so I will ask then if there is a second to delete number 3. Am I alone in my concern for this? I will ask then for number 3 to be separated from the rest of the motion.
Be glad to do that. Councilmember Sharp.
You still got me, right?
Did I miss somebody?
Greg can go first. I don't mind if you go first.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Corey, you're next.
I really don't mind the order. This is an interesting one, right? We're hearing concerns about quality of care. We're hearing concerns about cost of care. There's also been a series of questions raised about how employees and management relate to each other at Stanford Hospital. There's also, kind of on the other side, the question of the administrative burden on the city. There's the question just about, and like any time we govern through the ballot box, there's a question of flexibility. If we decide we want to tweak something, or there was just a wording error or any minor amendment we want to make, it's easier to change that through statute than through or through ordinance than through the ballot. There's also a question that I'm really not clear about, which is which healthcare providers would this apply to? I don't know if staff has clarity about that. Would it apply only to Stanford and Palo Alto Medical Foundation, or would it also apply to smaller clinics, psychiatrists, psychologists, dentists, et cetera, who have offices in Palo Alto?
So there is a definition of other providers in the measure, and it refers to a set of regulations that further define who those folks are. As to practically exactly who that reaches, I'm not able to give you a full explanation of that, other than to say that it's very possible that small practitioners or even sole practitioners who are organized or have organized their business in a particular way would appear to come under the reach of this language.
Interesting. Yeah, so I don't think I want to make a decision tonight about whether to support the measure or to oppose it or to remain neutral on it. And I'm glad it doesn't look like that's the direction we're going. But I think we do need a lot more information. And I think that the city, especially given the concerns that I'm hearing from staff about administrative burden, I think it's important that we have an understanding of what this means for the city and our capacity to be the administrating body, which is what the initiative would require. And we wouldn't have any, it doesn't look like we'd have flexibility about that. This is something that would be, normally I'd think of this as something that would be more appropriate for the county or state or federal government. I could see this, the county government having more administrative capacity and expertise to be the administrating body. I'm not clear on whether we would be able to contract with the county. I don't know if staff has any thoughts on that at this point. No certainty one way or another about that, or no ability to have the county help us with administration like they do with some other programs.
We are not in a position to comment on those issues tonight.
Yeah, okay. I think those are one of 1,000 potential questions in a chain of questions for something that really has just come into our realm right here on with really short, a very, very short time frame for you to make your decisions. And, I think even our ability as to what we're going to do and respond has been sort of restricted in a sense already.
Yeah. Well, with thousands of Palo Altans having already signed this, and as a couple of my colleagues pointed out, I think it's important for us to take this really seriously and, and have an impartial understanding of whether it could work, whether it wouldn't work, and how we could make it work. Could we contract with the county to do the administration? Things like that. I'm thinking of things like, tobacco enforcement, weed abatement, et cetera, where we work with the county to do the administration, because we don't, it's easier to do it that way, economy of scale. I'm inclined to suggest that we actually swap items 2 and 3 and hold a special meeting in late July. I think that.
Items 2 and 3?
Yeah, let me explain. I'm looking at my colleagues, for their thoughts on this, but it seems like the smart thing might be to do some more analysis before sending it to the ballot. I don't know if my colleagues have thoughts about that, or staff have thoughts about that.
Molly needs to say something about that. We know the analysis is done by her.
Do you want?
And nothing to do with us.
Right. Did city staff want to weigh in on that question of whether we could, instead of trying to come back with something in June, hold a special meeting in late July, allow us some more time to do analysis, and then we would still have an opportunity at that point, with a couple weeks to spare, to move something to the ballot?
This is a set of policy questions for the council. And maybe one thing I would suggest, if this is terribly complex, and you've heard from a lot of folks tonight, and it is relatively late, and you still have another initiative item to take up, which has also interesting questions. So if one other option for council would be to go ahead and accept the clerk's certification, and then you could continue this item to next week, which would give your staff a chance to work on these timing issues a little bit more and give you a chance to further consider which actions to take and in what order.
Yeah, I would just echo that comment. I mean, really, it is 11:30. You're just beginning to scratch the surface of this right now. We're pretty much flying blind here ourselves. We're not going to be that much more literate next week on this, but we will be in better shape than we are right now, and you all are. I mean, you technically, you have next week's meeting, potentially have a meeting on the 25th before you actually go to recess. I mean, it's complicated because, the option of having us look at doing it, I mean, I couldn't even tell you how much progress we could make over the month of July. I mean, to give you an adequate sense as to, how much, we move the ball downfield 5 yards or what, in advance of this. But I do think we'd be better served with a break from tonight until at least your next meeting. I would have to think in some way everybody would.
You mean our next meeting next week, not the one tomorrow?
Your next meeting, excuse me, not tomorrow.
But how packed is our agenda?
Well,
next week?
You have 2 agenda items. You have to adopt the city's budget, and we tentatively have the ballot measure relating to the TOT on your agenda. Those are the 2 action items that you have.
Well, those should each take 4 or 5 minutes each, right?
Well,
sorry to joke. I just want a little levity at 11:30.
They could be managed.
It could be. So I know I've been talking too long already on this. So I would actually suggest that we follow staff's suggestion, and rather than plan for a meeting later in June with a resolution, that we continue this item to a date certain for next Monday.
To a date certain for next Monday. It's fine.
And the date for that would be June 18th.
Why don't you just put down June 18th, and it's fine with me.
Well, wouldn't it be, with the resolution, it would just be continue this item to June 18th? So we could,
It's fine, but I think it's the same thing.
Well, I'm looking at staff. I think there's a difference between doing a resolution on June 18th versus continuing this meeting on, or continuing this item to June 18th.
I'm going to ask Molly what she prefers, since this all falls in your bailiwick, Molly. So would you prefer that we left out resolution and just said, let's come back in the next 2 weeks?
And also, we could probably pass item 1 tonight and then continue the discussion of items 2 and 3 to the 18th.
Well, you're going to pass item 1 either tonight or next week or
Yes, yeah.
at the outside in 2 weeks. So it really doesn't matter. You could continue the whole item to next week, or you could do number 1 and continue the remainder. Yeah. Maybe it makes sense to do that, to get a piece of business done and accept the sufficiency of signatures.
So, but I'm not sure what the advantage of this is.
I don't really think there is one.
So why don't we just take care of it tonight?
Yeah.
The advantage is staff is pretty exhausted. We're pretty exhausted. I'm not sure we're going to be making excellent decisions tonight.
What excellent decision would you want to make?
Yeah.
I mean, what further decision would you want to make?
So,
would you actually think we might
well,
put
actually, I'm also, there are a lot of questions I was asking tonight that staff really didn't have a sense of. And you don't think you'll have a sense next week? Oh, well, I was trying to be deferential to what staff was suggesting here. And it sounded like you were suggesting continue to next week.
I mean, you're asking us questions about what's the sequence, what's better, one's better. I mean, we can't give you
let me cancel that motion.
Responsible answer.
Okay, I'll withdraw that amendment. Then I'll offer what I was originally suggesting, which is rather than a meeting later in June, hold a meeting in late July.
I just need to tell you that a later meeting in June is, I think, preferable for a number of reasons, and I think it's late, and I'm simply going to say I think that's a better resolution, a better decision. It is a resolution that we have to do. Let me just say, we have very little to do with this. This came to us. We've not done this kind of deliberation on such an item before. And this, I think, is part of this is what we must do, number 1. And number 2, this does have to be put on it has to be put on the ballot. That's our responsibility.
So there are a couple of suggestions that I have here. So I'll make the amendment and see if anyone wants to second it. The first amendment is direct staff to poll for a meeting in late July.
For this item?
It would change the beginning of item 2 to direct staff to poll for a meeting in late July to bring forward a resolution calling for an election.
For this item?
Yes, this would be for number 2. So basically modify number 2 to start with, where it currently says direct staff to return at a later meeting in June, replace that with direct staff to return or to poll for a meeting in July. And then the rest of it where it starts with a resolution calling for, that would follow that.
I'd like to call on Molly and say, Molly, do you have any preference between that? My preference is to leave it on in June.
I think it makes sense for you to have this on your agenda soon. And you don't have to take action at that time. At that time, if you felt you needed until late July, you would have the opportunity to do that. But at least by putting it on, in the next week, you will give yourself the ability to either take action at that time or take more time.
Okay, I'm not hearing a second for that one. One more amendment that I'd like to suggest is in part 3. So it looks like nobody seconded that one. In part 3, where it says analysis of the effects of the initiative measure on Palo Alto residents, I would actually change that to effects of the initiative measure on Palo Alto residents, businesses, and city staff, which is the one I'm most concerned about, frankly.
I'm again going to look to Molly. As I said,
That's fine.
Okay, so add it in. You don't need to make it an amendment, simply add it in residents businesses and
Yeah, there you go.
and staff. Is that what you asked for, city staff?
Yes.
So residents, businesses, and city staff. Is that sufficient?
Yes, I think that'll give us, better data to make a decision and give the community better data to make a decision.
Okay. Could I give former Mayor Scharf a minute to talk to it?
Thanks, just briefly. Right now it says direct staff to prepare. I think we should direct staff to hire an outside consultant to prepare. I don't really think we have the in-house capability to do this.
So we would use consulting resources for this.
It doesn't.
Yes.
Right, so you don't think it needs to be in the motion?
No.
No, it doesn't.
All right, just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to go do it ourselves. And then do you have a funding mechanism for this?
No.
Do you need a funding mechanism?
Well, I think we'll,
I was going to suggest the council contingency, which we never use.
whatever you would like to do. I mean, we'll,
I mean, if you don't
I'm sure
need
we'll
one,
be
that's
keeping you
fine.
informed as we go along as to what this is going to require and I mean, we've got to scope this soon, and as we've
We'll be back
indicated, the
next
scope
Okay,
is unknown.
I'll just let it be then. Thanks.
I do not see any more lights. I would suggest we vote on the board.
Which part?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're going to do 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, excuse me, you asked to have that separated out. So,
1 and 2 first.
you want me to go
Madam
forward,
Mayor?
not backward?
Madam Mayor?
Okay.
Madam Mayor, as we're thinking about the schedule, we actually think it makes sense to be a little more specific and indicate that this will come back next week on the 18th
Yes.
of June.
Yeah, I thought I had said that initially, but maybe it didn't get in there. Okay, so we're going to separate out 3. So could I suggest that you vote on numbers 1 and 2 and vote on
Let's
the...
fix number 2, direct staff to return on June 18th.
Oh, thank you. Okay, now let's vote on the board on numbers 1 and 2. And thank you for those corrections. Okay, we've separated number 3. Karen, I think you're the one who asked to have this separated, correct? Okay, so again, would you vote on the board number 3 separately? And that passes on a 6-3 with council members Koo, Holman, and Du Bois voting no. So that is the end of this item, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate your being here tonight. We have one more very big item, so if you don't mind leaving fairly quickly and you can go out through that door. That's what you call being out of your realm. And that's like... That's what it is.
So you can do that next week.
Well, we went to lunch with David Edwistle, and he said that. He said, this is what's going to happen. Are we ready for prime time?
Should we do another 5-minute break?
No, I'm not going to this time. Okay, see if I can quiet them down. We are going to start the next item. This is an initiative measure to reduce office, R&D, cumulative cap, and the comprehensive plan. The title is to accept the clerk's report certifying the sufficiency of the initiative petition, sounds familiar, to amend the comprehensive plan and zoning code to reduce the maximum allowable new office and R&D development from 1.7 million square feet to 85,000 square feet, 850,000 square feet, subject to specified exemptions, and adopt a resolution placing the initiative petition on the ballot for November, or adopt the petition as an ordinance without alteration, or provide other direction to staff. How do we quiet that group down? So this is from the city manager. The lead department on this is the city clerk. There are suggested recommendations here, but I'm going to ask the city manager if he wishes to speak to this first.
So while he's warming up, I have a similar correction on this one. The title suggests that you might adopt the resolution calling the election tonight. We have not, in fact, prepared that piece of legislation for you, so you would be directing us to prepare that and bring that back at a future date of your choice sometime before the deadline.
Not unlike what we've just done.
Exactly.
So there's some similarities in this, it would seem to me, that we have to certify the sufficiency of the initiative, which we will do tonight. That's pretty straightforward. The second one, which you have suggested should come back at a later date, is not unlike the one that we just did as well. And I think, as you said, we could adopt this directly and incorporate it into our comprehensive plan as it is.
You could adopt the measure without change, which would amend your comprehensive plan and your zoning code, or you can place the item on the ballot for consideration by the voters, and that must be done sometime between, earliest would be your next meeting when we could bring the resolution, latest would be the 10th of August, when the last date the ROV will accept those certifications.
Okay, city manager.
No, I just would make maybe more of an editorial comment. While option 2 is permissible as far as an approach, it strikes us that it would, unless you hear arguments otherwise, that after all of the work and the discussion put forward and through on the comprehensive plan and that process, that you would sort of quickly then suddenly decide, let's go ahead and amend the comp plan, itself. In this particular case, to go ahead and implement that, just sort of seems to run counter to a 10 or 12 or 13-year conversation that was unfolding over time. So I would just point that out. And again, I think this is something that we'd be maybe better prepared to speak to a little bit after you've heard from the public and public comment, if you have that.
Yes, we do, but we're not quite done yet. So, city manager, did you want to make further comments?
No, I think we're here to listen to the public with you, and then also the council discussion will be.
Okay.
I do think we'll be a little better prepared to respond to some of your questions and things here than on the prior
I think
items.
we're back kind of in our own comfort zone as far as understanding the material. So, as I said, this is a lead from the city clerk, and in front of you, you can see what the recommendation is for tonight. But what I would like to do with everyone's support on this is just move to the public, okay? And those from the public who are here tonight, we have Greg Schmidt speaking for 4 people. We have Joe Hirsch speaking for 4 people. Each of you will get 5 minutes. And the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The last 10, if I've counted that correctly, will each get 1 minute. We are after 11:30. We have been at this since 5. We haven't even had but a 5-minute break. So I apologize for a short time to talk. Pardon me?
And you have a special council meeting tomorrow night.
Yes, we do. So there is another meeting tomorrow night. I believe there's also a rail meeting on Wednesday morning. Am I correct? Yeah. Okay, so with that, Greg Schmidt, do you want to come forward?
It is an honor to be speaking in the name of 4 volunteers who went out and gathered hundreds of signatures. This initiative To place a stricter cap on allowed office construction citywide is an opportunity to involve residents directly in the future of their community. It is local government in action. We know from the annual citizen survey that 2/3 of Palo Alto residents are deeply concerned about increasing congestion in their neighborhoods. And that share has been rising rapidly over the last few years. We are unique in that our city has just about the highest ratio of jobs to employed residents of any city in the country. And our current comp plan continues to allow increases in the number of jobs at 2 to 3 times the rate of new resident workers. A max cap for the city and regular monitoring has a long history in Palo Alto. It was first established as a result of a major 1989 land use study. The goal was to set appropriate limits on future commercial developments to minimize deteriorating traffic conditions within the city. The connection between a citywide cap and traffic was embedded in the 1998 Comp Plan, Policy L8, with strong language. A limit placed on all new non-residential developments in all areas evaluated in the 1989 study. And that traffic will be monitored to ensure that the intent of the cap is being achieved. Even the preferred scenario in our current comp plan is meant to perpetuate and update the cap in Policy L8. But residents are still concerned about a number of issues associated with the cap. The impact of substantial exemptions over time, the increase of 10,000 jobs in the 1990s and 8,000 more jobs during the last comp plan, the 53% increase in traffic delays over the course of the last comp plan, the dramatic jump in employment densities in both existing and new buildings, and the acknowledgement in the current plan that any further increases in traffic cannot be mitigated. We recognize that the council and citizens group have worked hard on the current plan, and that the city has spent well over $3 million on the best consultants. We have thousands of pages of information, but our 3-to-1 ratio of jobs to employed residents makes us unique. We now need to take all the data developed and address the issue of an effective citywide office cap as a community. The relationship of a strict cap on excessive job growth to deal with escalating traffic congestion and land cost is a critical component of our future, just as our agreeing to public votes on parks and open space dedication helped define us in the 1960s. It's time to have an open public discussion on what constitutes an effective citywide office cap and what it means for the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a second group with Joe Hirsch.
City Council members, that we were able to obtain so many signatures in such a short period of time reflects that there is significant concern in the community about rapid office and R&D growth. To be clear, the initiative does not establish a moratorium on growth as we had in the early 80s. If adopted by council or approved by the voters in November, The initiative will maintain office and R&D growth through 2030 at a level comparable to the historical annual average that Palo Alto has had during the past 29 years, but is not applied as an annual cap, rather as a comp plan term cap. Some of the email comments that have been received in opposition to the initiative completely miss that point. If Stanford and various companies have been able to live with what they have had during the past 29 years, why can't they live with it during the next 12 years? Their growth has not been curtailed in the past, and they should be able to grow in the future. See the paragraph at the top of page 2 of the Stanford letter regarding the research park to show that their growth limits, or the growth they've had in certain years, are well below what is provided by the initiative. Councilmember Walbeck has recently applied, at least it's been reported that he has implied, that city services may have to be cut to compensate for shortfalls this proposal may create. What are those shortfalls? Have past office and R&D development in line with what we are proposing created shortfalls? Presumably not. Bottom line, residents are genuinely concerned about additional neighborhood traffic congestion on major roadways, and more underparked buildings that create additional need for office employee parking in nearby residential neighborhoods. This initiative addresses those concerns in part. I urge you to adopt it as it is. Failing that, you are obligated to submit it to go on the ballot in November in accordance with the city charter for the voters and people of Palo Alto to vote on their concerns about unabated growth as nearby communities have allowed to happen. We don't want that here in Palo Alto. Frankly, you shouldn't want it either. Thank you.
Rita Burrell, and you're speaking for Bill Ross, Elaine Meyer, Eugene Zakowski, and Margaret Heath.
I won't be as eloquent as the last two speakers, but it was a real pleasure and a real surprise to gather signatures. And so basically, I'm not really speaking for 4 other people. I'm speaking for 3,000 other people. There is so much anger in this town about what is happening and the lack of voters having effective input into what is being done. When I was gathering signatures, there were so many people who were from out of town, and that means Menlo Park and Redwood City and Mountain View, who were saying, this is so great. Maybe if this passes, then our cities can look at this also, because we are all one regional area. I had foreign-born voters and also voters who had not yet registered, who took registration cards from me and indicated that they were going to register specifically so that they could vote to pass this initiative. There has been concern that this is an anti-business initiative, and it is not an anti-business initiative. People come to our city because it is so beautiful, and it offers so much that other cities do not offer. Excellent schools, parks, lots of educational opportunities, and we are basically, in my opinion, in the process of destroying all of those things. I understand that some businesses are leaving because it's too crowded. It takes their workers too long to get to our area. So this is not an anti-business initiative. If anything, it is come be part of our community, pay your fair share, please, but don't overcrowd us and don't destroy what you are actually seeking. You hear about towns like Santa Fe and Taos that are so lovely and then are overrun by people or businesses, probably not businesses in Taos, but they end up destroying that which made the city unique. So this is not an anti-business ordinance. The other thing that I worry about is, since we've doubled the office growth that is allowed, and we currently have a 3-to-1 job to housing imbalance, once this goes into effect, are we going to have a 6-to-1 housing imbalance? You know, I don't know. I go downtown and there's job, hiring signs everywhere, but there aren't enough workers because business has driven up, in my opinion, the cost of housing. So please support this initiative, and let's get to work on other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Those who are due to speak are listed up here, and it's Bob Moss, Hamilton Hitchings, and so forth. Hello. Greetings. You have a minute. You will have to talk fast.
Yes. Palo Alto is different from other cities. Other cities have grown up, and the requirements of life dictate a lot about what they have to do. They have to have enough jobs so that people can eat and have a place to live. Palo Alto, on the other hand, was founded for Mrs. Stanford's vision of a university which would improve California and make it the most wonderful place in the world to live. This Palo Alto was founded so that the students would have a place to hang out where there was no alcohol. That's pretty spiritual. You do not have to kowtow to capitalism in this town. In this town, you can say, all of you, you can say, what is the best way for our residents to live? It's not with rogue capitalistic growth. Thank you.
Bob Moss.
Thank you, Mayor Niss. I was one of the people that got the signatures, and I spoke to probably several hundred people. And when you exclude the people that weren't registered to vote in Palo Alto, the overwhelming majority of the people I spoke to signed the petition, and many of them were quite eager to sign it. If you put this on the ballot in November, it'll pass, but it'll waste hundreds of thousands of dollars because that's what an election costs. So I urge you to just approve it and not have to worry about what's going to happen in the future. Let me give you a couple of points. If we don't build any more office space, that will not eliminate office growth. The number of workers per 1,000 square feet has been increasing for the last 7 or 8 years, and it will continue to increase. It's not 250 square feet per worker. It's going to get down under 100. So we are still going to have office development and office growth. I urge you to approve this tonight and not postpone the people's will.
Hamilton Hitchings, then Terry Holzmer.
According to the fiscal analysis of the City of Palo Alto 2030 Comprehensive Plan draft report, and I quote, "The expected fiscal benefit of a new resident in Palo Alto is greater than the expected fiscal benefit of a new employee in the city." And then again, overall, residents' greater revenue potential relative to workers outweighs the cost of services differential between residents and workers, resulting in a greater per capita net benefits attributable to new residents. In other words, it's better fiscally for the city to add residents than workers. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll try to keep my comments short as possible. I'd just like to mention really quickly, I am disappointed that an important issue like this about Palo Alto's future is being regulated to 1-minute segments by our citizens. That shouldn't happen. With that said, I'd like to mention to the council that this was a citizens-led initiative, totally. The idea of keeping office growth at its historical levels was citizen-led. The work to put this initiative on the ballot was citizen-led. And finally, the work that was done, that citizens collected, we were not paid. None of us were paid. We were all citizens, volunteers to do this. Leading this grassroots effort, we collected in less than 4 weeks, we collected more than 3,000 signatures. Obviously, this is an impact issue for Palo Altans, and I'd like to encourage the council to really look at this issue and realize that the citizens want this. Thank you.
Paul Machado, then Tiffany Griego, Jean McCown, and Andrew Boone.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. In just a few weeks, several thousand registered Palo Alto voters signed the office cap petition for the initiative presently before you. I urge Council to merely second the residents' initiative by voting to place it on the ballot or accepting it as is. If there are a few of you who believe you know better than several thousand voters, it will be informative to know who you are. Lastly, if Council decides to engage in a lengthy debate on this matter, and because Council moved this item to last on the agenda, I want to be the first to say to all of you, good morning.
And I'm sorry, Terry, that you feel so badly about 1 minute, but at 12 o'clock, we are not at our very best. So please bear with us. It's been a long night. Tiffany?
Good evening. My
Greetings.
name is Tiffany Griego, Managing Director of Stanford Research Park. Before you advance the initiative to the ballot, please take the time to conduct a thorough fiscal and economic analysis and also understand the market impacts of this initiative. This will serve to help empower the voters so that they can make an informed decision, in particular about the research park. Employees, businesses, and visitors to the research park contribute significantly to Palo Alto. The $16.3 million in taxes paid to Palo Alto's general fund in 2016 from direct taxes as well as spending-related taxes as well as TOT was enough to cover in 2016 57% of the community services line item or 29% of Palo Alto's public safety department line item. In addition, the research park produces $15 million in taxes to the Palo Alto Unified School District. So we are concerned that without better study, the initiative will undermine the long-term economic stability of Palo Alto and Palo Alto Unified School District. And I am personally eager to work with you to provide information to help you with this analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean McCown, and last one is Andrew Boone.
Good evening, council members. As you know, I have a role at Stanford, but I want to offer a personal perspective tonight because I've been in your position before. We have done this before in the community in 1995 in similar circumstances with Measure R. There was an extensive multi-year process with a citizen committee working on a new comprehensive plan. Their advice was under consideration by the city council, and a voter initiative was proposed to directly adopt a different community plan and to prevent any further future changes to that without voter approval. The Palo Alto voters turned that idea down, and I believe it was because the voters then and now look to the city council to put in the time and effort to take these issues up and make decisions as representatives of the community. And we also want you to be able to consider new circumstances and not be locked in place for years to come. The 1989 limit has never been, the 1999 growth limit has never been increased. And the consequences of this radical downzoning and the economic impact of that to the city and to the school district need to be understood and presented to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Boone.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Andrew Boone. I live in East Palo Alto. I think in general the goal of the initiative is a good idea, simply because Palo Alto is way out of balance with the number of jobs versus the number of residents number of people able to live here. And that is causing, I think, is no surprise to anyone, very high rents, very high cost of living in Palo Alto and all around Palo Alto. And we need to restore some balance with jobs housing and do it. Mountain View has decided to do so, recognize the same imbalance was a detriment to the community, created a very high cost of living and all the negative impacts, and has, permitted a lot more housing to be built. That's the same thing this city needs to do, and I think downsizing our office space growth is a good idea. I hope that this isn't the only time that this item will be on your agenda, because coming here at midnight and having only 1 minute to talk about it isn't fair. We should have a community discussion. This needs to be on another agenda later in the summer. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all waiting so patiently tonight. This has been an unusually long meeting, although we seem to have a propensity for those lately. So the first light on is Councilmember Scharf. I don't see anyone else's lights.
Yeah, it's late. No one else wants to talk, hopefully.
Right.
So first of all, thank you all for coming out at this really late hour. And we'll have another council member meeting later this evening, right? Later today.
That's right.
So lots of claims have been made.
But not here. You might say it will be at Mitchell Park.
It'll be at Mitchell Park. Don't miss it. It'll be exciting. It'll be about roads, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So we went through the comprehensive plan, $3 million, lot of number of years, lots of citizen committees, lots of meetings, and went through that process. And now we have an initiative which raises some interesting questions. So I think the most important thing on this really is to get some data and understand the claims that are made on the initiative, and to do an economic and fiscal analysis on this before deciding what we should do. And I think that fiscal analysis should be done before we decide to put it on the ballot. That way we can make an informed decision, or whether or not to run a counter ballot initiative or to amend the current ballot initiative. So with that, I think I would make the following motion. And it's fairly complicated because it seems to be this evening we have to. So the first thing would be, number one, as staff put here, which would be accept the city clerk's certificate of sufficiency, which is actually attachment A, right, of the initiative petition to reduce the office R&D development cap, initiative measure, attachment B. And two, which would be to direct staff to return at a later meeting, and I'm going to throw out a date because I think we basically have two dates. We have August 6th, which is before the 10th, and we have July 30th. So there, I'm just going to throw out July 30th and say, so later meeting on July 30th with a resolution calling for an election to submit the initiative to the voters at the next general municipal election to be held on November 6, 2018, which is pretty similar to the language we have in item number 3, if the clerk wants to look at it. And then have the mayor create an ad hoc committee consisting of 2 to 3 council members to possibly develop a measure to amend the measure. And by saying that, what would that really be, that's part of, just so it's an explanation, is that would really be another measure, but that's what we call it under our charter. And then direct staff to have an outside consultant to prepare an objective and fact-based analysis of the measure, including, and I would say, its fiscal impact to the city and school district, its effect on the internal consistency of the city's general and specific plans, including the housing element, the consistency between planning and zoning, and the limitations on city actions under section 65008 of the government code and chapters 4.2, et cetera. I'll give that information to the clerk. Its impact on funding for infrastructure of all types, including but not limited to transportation, schools, parks, and open space. Greg, do you want to slow down, make sure? Yeah, no, I'll give it to him. I'll hand it to him. The report, and the report should also discuss whether the measure would be likely to result in increased infrastructure costs or savings, including the cost of infrastructure maintenance to current residents and business. And then number 5 would be its impact on the community's ability to attract and retain business and employment. And then its impact on traffic congestion, its impact on our our BMR housing funds.
Second, is that the whole thing?
Yeah, that was the whole thing, and I'll just help the clerk out with that.
Okay, did you get it sufficiently? You can speak to your
I've
second?
been following, yeah. I do want to see the whole thing up there and may have a few small changes. Thank you, Councilmember Bouchard, for putting this forward. Thank you to the clerk for certifying this, and thank you to everybody for coming and speaking tonight. We do appreciate it. I think, as was with the last item, we have a balance here between how much operational stuff we want to get done and how much grandstanding we want to do. And I think the community understands where different members of this council may be on this specific initiative. So I'm not going to get into that. I think this is a good way of moving forward and that we're certifying it like we have to. We will likely be putting it on the general election. At the same time, we are going to be exploring potential amendments since this is such a significant measure, and we'll be exploring the economic, fiscal, policy, and quality of life impacts that this measure has. So with that, I'll leave it there. But just a note, if we do get into lots of grandstanding, I'm happy to jump back in the conversation and add my opinions and thoughts.
Okay, Councilmember Koo, and then Suarez.
So I'd like to, so it just seems like this motion over here is just spending money that we don't got. And we're supposed to have a ballot measure or something with the polling in terms of looking for infrastructure funds. That really makes us have to rethink about what it means to be asking money from even the hotels or moving forward into our utility rates and moving forward into whatever other kind of funding that we're going to be looking from the residents. That really puts a question mark on that. You know, in terms of looking at traffic issues, you know, that has been caused, it's the RPPs, you know, that we have been instituting throughout this city. They're not solutions. They're kicking the bucket to something else, and it's not it's a mitigation due to a problem created by the policies that we've been instituting through these comprehensive plan of growth, etc. No, I'm going to speak because, you know,
No,
this
Lydia,
whole thing is
my
just
request
ridiculous.
was speak to the motion.
I am going to speak to the motion, and so, therefore, I actually want to have a substitute motion where we're going to, one, and as a matter of fact, you know what, I wasn't finished speaking when I was interrupted. You know, Stanford claims that they need to have more square footage on their, to be able to have more business come in to their park. Yet, at the same time, when they claim that they are having a TMA and TDM, which is effective to a certain point, but there's no contribution whatsoever to our Caltrain when what we're going to be having to do with electrification. I haven't heard a peep from you guys about how you're going to contribute when the largest number of commuters coming in is actually also to Stanford Research Park and to Stanford University. And when the medical center opens, goodness knows what we're going to have to experience with the commuters coming into there. So these are all things that has to do with growth. So the reason why I'm all heated up is because the citizens have spoken, the residents have spoken, they have gone out and gathered the signatures, yet we're going to be spending money we don't have to do all of this work in doing a fiscal study. And during the month when we're supposed to be on vacation and we're supposed to be out of council, then we really have not identified or even come close to addressing, you know, I'm not even going to say that word affordable because it's been so badly manipulated and used. It's called BMR housing that is subsidized, and we haven't even come close to addressing that. It's all about, the largest amount has been about over 80% AMI, and market rate housing, and that's luxury housing that we're putting forth in this city, not BMR housing. So it's for 12 years that we're looking for this reduced number of square footage for office space and R&D, yet we're still trying to resolve all our problems. We're still trying to solve these problems that has been brought upon the residents here, not of their asking. So I'm going to make a substitute motion whenever you guys are ready for it. To number 1, accept the clerk's certification as stated here.
Why don't you give us a second, just finish this one, because otherwise I'm trying to do two. Can't hear.
Councilmember Sharp was just saying, give the city clerks an opportunity to finish what they're typing here before trying to introduce on the screen Councilmember Ku's substitute motion.
Oh, are you ready? And then number 3, direct staff to return at a later date. What was number 1? Number 1 was to accept the city clerk's certificate of sufficiency, as you have written it here on the staff report. Are you waiting? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Number 3. Did you guys change it? So number 3 is direct staff to return at a later date with a resolution calling for election to submit the initiative measure to the voters. And instead of I'd actually like an exact date, direct staff to return June 18th. That's it. It's very simple. Thank you.
Guess I'll second that.
Does that handle the whole motion? Okay, Councilmember Ku, do you want to speak further to your motion?
Oh, I think I've done my speaking. Thank you.
Couple quick questions. Does staff prefer the 25th or the 18th? I mean, that's the budget meeting.
Well, I think right now the 18th is looking like a better meeting, and I say that just because I don't think there are a lot of items on the budget itself. We have the other measure. You always still have the fallback to kick it to the 25th, and I always worry with the meeting on the 25th, there's always seems to be things because it's your last meeting that also jam up.
And there was a comment in the staff report, just wanted to understand. So if an alternative measure is proposed and both of them pass, the initiative said that whoever had the greatest votes would take precedent, and it seemed like our charter addresses that differently. Is that?
Our charter has a different provision.
And so is there precedent? Has that ever happened before in a charter city?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then to the original motion, did you mean June 30th or July 30th?
I meant July 30th.
Do we know that 5 members can make it July 30th?
Well, we can raise your hands if you can make it. We'll find out.
Okay, just want to make sure the motion had been discussed with 5 people. So I think coupled with our housing plan, that the initiative really does work to address congestion and impacts on the infrastructure. I think it's a pretty moderate proposal. It has the potential of actually being a cap. I think the staff report's pretty clear that it's most likely it will never come into effect. Possibly, if there was some rapid growth, could come into effect closer to 2030. But the current number we have it's really kind of Orwellian. That's not really a cap. It will never really come into effect. And I think we see cities up and down the peninsula dealing with, office growth in different ways. So we see Mountain View and Cupertino are going for large head taxes for large corporations. I think Menlo Park is trying to get money for housing, and so far we've done it through office caps. I think we have a lot in our comp plan about looking to convert office, even in the research park, to housing. This initiative will still allow that. Staff reports to us have also highlighted what some of the members of the audience said, that we're seeing increased densities in offices. So, I think, again, this is an initiative that allows for reasonable growth, but attempts to address what would essentially be unfettered growth. So I want to thank everybody that worked on the initiative. I think it was pretty well considered. I do think council should just respect the democratic process and the will of the voters, and we should just put this on the ballot. I think it also serves an interest, the initiative serves a purpose of signaling that we are interested in creating kind of a more balanced land uses than we currently have, and that, to me, that's the primary benefit of it. Did see a letter from Palo Alto neighborhoods supporting the initiative and asking that we don't come up with an alternative. And I actively support the initiative. I helped gather signatures for it. I would like to say, in terms of all this analysis, all this analysis has been completed. We have our comp plan EIR, did a fiscal analysis that included this size. It showed there really wasn't much financial impact between scenarios 5 and 6 and the other scenarios. Scenario 5 had less office space than this. The comp plan EIR also analyzed a bunch of the other impacts. And then we have a staff report in front of us, which says most likely we'll hit about 350,000 square feet of office space by 2030. And again, it's possible we could use up to 850 by 2029, 2030. So this conversation feels very strange. We're going to do all this analysis. I would just ask if council members really want to see a lot of office and a lot of housing, both, that they just say so. I really think this balances our land uses. I think we need balance. We're working on housing, and I think the other part of the equation is to kind of allow some office growth, but again, not unfettered growth, which is what this initiative does. So that's why I support the substitute motion.
Councilmember Holman?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything that Councilmember Du Bois said that I disagreed with. I appreciate that this initiative has been brought forward. We talk a lot about jobs housing imbalance. We scramble a lot to try to identify places to build housing. And without putting some kind of reasonable measurement on our jobs creation, it's just all for naught. What this does, and the basis of it was to limit office growth just to what the traditional limit has been. So it's certainly not anti-business. It is, as some speaker said, that, it's getting harder and harder to hire people to, especially in our service industries, to support the businesses that are here, because the cost of housing is so expensive, and the more jobs we create, and exacerbated by over our typical growth rate, just exacerbates that issue. Hopefully this will pass. Hopefully this will pass. I'm really concerned about the main motion and some of the detracting, I would say, aspects to be studied from what I think the real issues are. And Councilmember Du Bois touched on this, but I would like to know, who's here? Who is in town July 30th? How many council members know that they're in town July 30th?
I don't know that we can predict that now, but I'm going to have...
So I can change it to the 30th or the 6th, but we basically have 2 dates as far as I can tell, which we have to come back.
And I think we'll have the clerk do a doodle for it so that we can just say late July, early August, until we find out what everybody's plans are.
Because that is during council break.
It is during council break, but maybe we won't need it. We don't know. We're going to...
So we want to change it to tentatively July, or do you want me to say July or August? Why don't we say that? July or early August?
Well,
late July, early August.
Whatever date you pick, it has to be during our council break.
Right, no question.
It does.
Because that's what the initiative process does.
Yes, I know, but it's during our council break, so I don't know who's going to be here, who's not going to be here. It's important enough that I think all 9 council members should be here.
Beth will find out.
That doesn't answer the question, though. So I'm going to be supporting the substitute motion, and I won't belabor the reasons any longer than that.
Vice Mayor Filseth.
Got the signatures, probably ought to go on the ballot.
Did you speak? Oh, go for it.
I said it got its signatures, it's supposed to go on the ballot. I think we should just do that.
Go for it.
I have a couple kind of higher level comments, and I don't know if the substitute or the main is going to pass, so I'm just going to say them now. There are a couple things that I'm kind of struggling with here. Somebody brought up that I think, who was it? Was it Joe who said that Joe Hirsch quoted me as I was quoted in the paper saying, before we vote on something, we should know what its impact is going to be. I didn't think that was a dangerous thing to say, but you never know in Palo Alto what people will attack you for. A former council member, Schmid, if there's one phrase that I remember him always reminding us, it's, we need good data. And I didn't see that clearly laid out in the staff report. If we can have a really clear understanding of what the effect is and it's net positive, as a voter, I might end up voting for this. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm just trying to get a good sense of what the impact is going to be. I'm trying to get a good sense of what the fiscal impact would be for the city, what the development impact is going to be for the city. And so I hope we won't criticize each other for saying we want to make informed decisions. Also, I'm a little confused by the claim I heard some people make about doubling office growth. I wasn't clear on when we doubled office growth, and maybe I'm forgetting. So this is a serious question. Through the mayor, I'm happy to let Rita Varel come up and explain what she was referencing, or one of my colleagues perhaps can explain. I thought that the overall office cap that we approved in the comp plan after years of debate was just the extension of the remaining office cap from the 1998 comp plan, so that we didn't add any new potential office growth with the new comp plan that was not already approved and had not been used. So we didn't just repeat what had been approved before, we only allowed what was existing before. And I don't understand how that's doubling. Now, we can still have an ongoing debate, and we should keep having an ongoing debate about whether that's the right number or not. And again, I might end up voting for this on the ballot as a voter, but I want to be accurate about how we're describing it. I want to make sure we have good data and we're being accurate about how we're talking about this. Another thing that has confused me is Councilmember Filseth, and correct me if I'm remembering incorrectly, I thought I saw you quoted in the press as saying that you supported this because you thought we made an error in a recent discussion about our annual office cap ordinance. And I'm not following the logic of how, if you think we made an error in our annual office cap, thus we should upend our comprehensive plan in a manner which could not be amended in the future. Why not just bring up again, through a colleague's memo or petition, bring up again the annual office cap? If you want to fix the annual office cap, let's talk about the annual office cap. And Councilmember Schmidt has talked about, and others have talked about how this would help us get back to an annual rate of about 57,000 square feet of office per year, the historical average. Well, our annual office cap, even as currently drafted, already brings us below that to 50,000 square feet on average per year. So, as Councilmember Du Bois was suggesting, the impact of this might not be that significant. And again, I might vote for it. But what I'm trying to get to is, let's be accurate about how we're talking about this, and let's be intellectually honest about it. And I'm hearing a lot of comments, even from my colleagues, where, if I'm just not following the logic, please correct me. Further, the discussion, Hamilton pointed out, and thank you, by the way, for your service on the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Comprehensive Plan, Hamilton. You pointed out that the fiscal impact for the city of having new residents is better than the fiscal impact for the city of having new employees. So I hope we will all be more supportive of more residents in Palo Alto, because that's good for our fiscal health. But when members of this council who consistently oppose new housing and more residents in Palo Alto then rely on that as an argument for why they should support this measure, again, I don't understand it. Again, I might vote for this. I might also vote for an amendment or a alternative or supplementary measure that says we should increase the amount of housing that's in our comprehensive plan. I would have been fine with a comprehensive plan that had less office and more housing. I fought for that. I fought for more housing, for more residents in our comprehensive plan. I lost that fight. 7 of us voted for the comprehensive plan after a lot of debate. If we want to reopen it, maybe we should reopen more than just the office cap. So, yeah, honestly, I do think that the main motion, just like with the prior ballot measure we were discussing, I think getting a little bit more information before we go to the ballot is the right thing to do with both of these, so the public can make informed decisions and we understand what the impact will be. So I'll probably end up supporting the main motion and not the substitute, but this definitely should go to the voters. But let's try to have an intellectually honest conversation.
It has to. Councilmember Fine.
Thank you, Mayor Ness.
But he hasn't talked yet. Oh, yes, I've got you.
I'll also be supporting the main motion and would encourage you to do that as well. A few things. So it's been said that this is not an anti-business measure. It may be, it may not be. I will say we just got an email from Zareen's, that wonderful Indian Pakistani place on California Avenue, and the owner there is complaining that this is really an anti-business measure. She's worried that she won't get new customers and she'll have to move to Redwood City. We're concerned about local retail here in Palo Alto. Future office growth is future customers for those folks, so it's something we need to evaluate. Looking at our impact fee schedule, we charge about $30 per square foot for below market rate housing, subsidized housing, which is defined in our city charter or our municipal code. So just lopping off 800,000 square feet, we're looking at $25 million right there for affordable below market rate housing. That's a magnitude of money for an important priority, which I think we need to get a better handle on, which is why I think the first motion is superior. We can go on talking about community center impact fees, library impact fees, transportation impact fees. How are we going to pay for grade separations? Office is part of that mix. And I think there's a bit of muddying of the water in the narrative that nobody in Palo Alto needs new office growth. And I'm not sure that's entirely true. We're not having unfettered office growth, as some have mentioned. City Manager, how many office projects do we have in the works right now?
Do you know even? A couple? I mean, I don't think we have even, within the area where we have the office cap right now, I don't think we even have enough that would reach the cap for this year, 50,000.
So last I checked with the planning department, I think it was about 10,000 square feet. I'm not sure there's a problem, and I think there's actually a bit of a false narrative being pushed out in the community around that. Somebody mentioned anger in this town. I would put forth that's somewhat manufactured, actually. And when you walk around with buttons that say don't double office growth, that's not what this initiative is doing. And I think that's disingenuous. And we all owe ourselves a little more honesty around that. So I would encourage us, whatever happens with this, it will go on the ballot. We need to look hard at that. In terms of some commenters noting that you only had 1 minute to speak tonight, I sympathize with that. I wish we had more. The meeting is late. At the same time, we had 12 years in the comp plan, which we decided, thousands of hours, millions of dollars, I think something like 29 council meetings, umpteen planning commission meetings, a citizens advisory committee on which Councilmember Koo, myself, I believe represented from Stanford, Hamilton, earlier one of our planning commissioners, Doria, all served on. We had a big and long discussion about this, and there were votes I lost. There were things I would like to change about the comp plan. As Councilmember Wolbach just mentioned, we did push for 10,000 units of housing in the comp plan, and that lost on a 5-4 vote. We're split. That happens. So making a change this significant, I think, deserves a lot more research, a lot more economic and policy investigation. We just did that on the Stanford measure, which I think none of us want to set up Palo Alto Care. And so we decided we want to get a little more information. And I think this has similar magnitudes of effect. We owe it to our voters, we owe it to our staff, and to ourselves to make a more informed decision. As I mentioned to my colleagues earlier, I really didn't want to get into the grandstanding here. I think that is something we will all happily do this summer as we get into silly season. Nonetheless, I think we owe ourselves and the voters more information, and I think Councilmember Scharf's motion gets at that much better than the substitute.
Schools in here. Okay.
Yeah, we haven't even consulted with the school district, so thank you.
Go ahead.
So I didn't actually even get to speak to my motion, so I thought I'd combine the two, if that's all right.
Could I have you scoot schools in there? I think you probably meant to. When you get to yours.
Yeah, when I get to mine.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
If you get
So, yeah, you just threw me off. So we're called upon today to do really a couple things. The first is to decide whether or not we put this on the ballot or adopt it. That's really what we're called upon to decide, and or put on another measure. And a number of speakers came forward and said we should adopt this tonight. How would I know whether or not I should adopt it tonight? I can't know that without getting this information. And I agree with Councilmember Fine. I don't recall Councilmembers Filseth and Du Bois voting to double our office space in our comp plan. I don't see them doing that. I know them fairly well, and I just don't see it. So the notion that they voted for the comp plan and it was to double office space in Palo Alto is, I let them speak to it, but I don't believe they thought they were doubling the office space. So I also think that's disingenuous and not fact-based. But what I really want is I want to understand the impact on this. It seems to me that intuitively it's going to have very little impact, frankly, or none at all, on the core of Palo Alto. It's not going to make any difference on neighborhood traffic congestion, on traffic congestion on our streets, or anything like that, and that's just the way it's going to be. That what it really does is it impacts the research park. And I know that the research park provides as much sales tax revenue as all of downtown. I know that companies like Tesla want to expand. I know that it's a good thing for Palo Alto to have Tesla here. We get lots of sales tax out of Tesla. If we want to drive Tesla out, let's close the research park. Let's tell companies that we're not open for business. We had this discussion at council about whether or not we should put the 50,000 square foot of cap year on the research park. And my recollection is almost everyone up here, not everyone, but almost everyone up here thought that was a bad idea. And it's a bad idea for a number of reasons. So what I want to see is what effect this is going to have on the research park. What effect is this going to have on our fiscal solvency? What effect is this going to have on our school district? I heard Tiffany get up and say some large amount of money is coming forward. So I really want to have good information. And I think the community needs good information. I mean, I think especially in this day and age, populism is something to be resisted. That we don't want to be populists, that we want to basically do things with good information. And that was one thing I always admired about Councilmember Schmidt. Every time he stood on this dais, he asked for more data. And so today I am suggesting that we get more data that the community can use to make these decisions. Because without good data, how are we supposed to evaluate this? Especially after spending millions of dollars going through a comp plan process, which we are now upending by looking at this initiative. So I think we need good data, and that's why I am going to support the motion that I made rather than the substitute motion, which really provides no data on looking at this.
So, Councilmember Koo to the substitute, correct?
She's the maker. It's Eric's.
Yeah, you wanted to speak again, though? Okay. Pardon? Okay. Thank you. It's getting late. I'll be supporting the main motion. I'm a little puzzled by something. The will of the voters seems somewhat unusual to me. It's enough signatures to put something on the ballot, which we will do because we're required by law to do that. But the will of the voters was something that happens on November 6th. So precisely what was meant by that, I'm not sure. I think people have spoken to the Stanford Research Park. I remember very carefully carving this out of the comp plan, the downtown cap, any number of things. In fact, it was former Mayor Burt who was the person who said he did not want that included when we put a cap on the areas on which we did put a cap. And he argued very, very effectively for it. I guess the last one, and you've heard about this already, is we passed the comp plan last November, December, and this has come forward within 4 months. What happened to the comp plan process? A lot of you here were on the comp plan committee. Did something happen that we don't know about? I have the results of the vote on the comp plan. It was very definitive and very decisive. What happened there? So let me just echo what several people have said. And I would certainly say that Councilmember Schmidt, this was absolutely true. And no one called for more data than you did. Maybe the vice mayor has occasionally done that. But overall, you called for more data than almost anyone. And I think it is absolutely essential that we follow that line and look for more data. And there isn't sufficient data in the substitute motion. I think there is in the main motion. So with that, unless someone else wants to speak, you are now voting on the substitute motion. That fails, yes, a shocking vote. That fails on a 5-4, and that takes us back to the main motion. And Councilmember Scharf, that was your motion. Would you like to briefly restate it?
I'd like to see it, actually.
Yes, that would probably be good. Can we get the whole motion up on the board? So we can't get the whole motion on the board at once.
I believe it says
Schools isn't there.
addresses, it says to the city and school district.
It says schools right there in B.
Can't hear. Sorry, my bad. I said it
you see it?
addressed the issue that you raised, Mayor, where it said that it directs staff to return to the city and school with a financial impact
Yes,
analysis.
thank you.
So I think I would write district, including but not limited to, because there may be other things the consultant thinks appropriate.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I see.
Councilmember Fine has an issue. There's a bunch of lights on.
Yeah, no, I've got a whole bunch of lights on. Okay, you were the second, weren't you? Yeah. So, do you want to speak any further?
No, I think I spoke.
Okay. Adrian?
So just two other things, I don't know if they need to be in the motion here, but I think are important to consider. One is, if passed, would this measure, would this initiative, and would a potentially amended initiative put the city at any legal risk of those initiatives being challenged? And so it would be helpful to get some kind of color on that in this analysis. And the other piece is, I would really encourage us to work with our business, nonprofit, and university community to figure out some of these impacts we want to see. So that's just more commentary in general to staff. I'll give it back to others, but Councilmember Scharf, we may also, in the last item, you had offered maybe that we would use the council contingency for this for a private firm, and I assume that's what staff would do with this as well?
I think that's a particular case where the council wanted to include that as a directive as to how to fund that. While I have the mic, I guess your comment about engagement with others, I mean, I think that's the sort of thing that you should, ask us to consider as possible. But, we've got a fairly short time frame, so I didn't want to be constrained by our ability to respond this if we weren't able to do that. On the other hand, if we have ready access to some useful perspective or data, then that makes sense.
So then I actually would like to add it. We did have one member of Stanford volunteer that they would be happy to help inform this. And so I guess one more letter under number 4, which is have staff consider input from Stanford University, the business and nonprofit communities in Palo Alto.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Reminding everyone we're closing in on 1 o'clock. I have lights from Du Bois, Holman, Walbach, and Filseth.
So just to follow up on some of the comments, we can't really have it both ways. I mean, Councilmember Fine, one hand seemed to be implying that we aren't seeing any office growth, which if that was true, we should just go ahead and pass the cap. But then, the next sentence, you used up all the cap times the affordable housing fee to show revenue. So if we're going to use up all that, it kind of doesn't really match. And also, we didn't discuss what size of office cap we should have for 12 years. I think that's a bit of a false narrative. We got to 5 scenarios towards the very end, and then we picked the final scenario in the last few months. I think where the double rate comments are coming from is if you look at the average office growth over the last 15 years, the proposed initiative just continues that rate, where the current compound cap is double that rate. I think that's where it's coming from. But I don't think we should really even be debating the initiative tonight. I think what's before us is whether we put it on the ballot or not. Given the potential risk to the city of the healthcare initiative and the ability of the city to support it, we made a pretty simple request. We asked for objective and fact-based analysis. We didn't hire a consultant. We didn't have 20-point motions. So I'd make a friendly amendment that we just simply replace number 4 with the same language we used in the previous amendment, which is we direct staff to prepare an objective and fact-based analysis of the effects of the initiative measure on Palo Alto residents after the city council summer recess.
Residents, business, and staff.
Yes, I had asked. Yeah. Did you get all that? It's basically the same as the previous motion. I just replaced that. Oh, and the other thing I would suggest is I'm concerned that we're veering into kind of a bias-based analysis, and I think who's appointed to the ad hoc committee is just as important. I mean, we have a clear 5-4 split here, and so again, I would hope that if with that subcommittee that there's not inherent bias in who's appointed to that subcommittee. So those are my comments, and that's my amendment.
Okay, now we're speaking to the amendment, correct?
No, I turned it down.
No,
I second
it wasn't accepted. So,
So I'll speak for a
okay,
second.
I'm going to turn out all the lights because we now have an amendment on.
Yeah, I'll speak briefly to the second. I actually think that Councilmember Du Bois is right, that just like the last item we were discussing, we should direct this to staff with largely the same language. I would ask that we actually add the school district as well. It would be residents, businesses, city staff, and the school district. I think we should understand what the impact would be, positive or negative, whatever it is, on the school district. You okay with that? Yeah. Great, thank you. Yeah, and also, I was going to speak to the main motion, but I'll just mention it now.
What are you speaking to?
I'm making one additional comment related to this issue.
Okay, we need to vote on your amendment, though.
Right, and I'm going to finish speaking in just a second here. One thing that I'll admit, I've only heard it secondhand. I didn't hear it myself. You'll understand why I didn't hear it myself in a second. My understanding is that and by the way, who here was collecting signatures? Did any of the signature gatherers for this measure, are they in the room?
Yeah, they're sitting on the council.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and 2 of them on the council?
Are they in the room?
So I asked if any of the people who did the signature gathering are in the room. My understanding, and I doubt it was true for everybody, but I've heard reports that when people are out, at least one person, when they're out collecting signatures, when asked, why do we need this? The response given was, because Corey lied to us. And so I'm not going to ask you to identify yourselves now. I'm just going to say that after this meeting, I'll go to the back of the room, and anyone who wants to talk about that, if you think I've been dishonest about something, come say it to my face. We'll have a conversation about it. We'll clear there.
Okay, we have an amendment. I don't see any other lights on.
I have my light on.
Oh, do you want to speak to the amendment?
I do.
Go right ahead.
So I'm really disappointed in this amendment in that I think this is very different than the healthcare stuff. In the healthcare stuff, we actually don't know the right questions to ask. In this, we know the right questions to ask. We heard people out there say to us, they're worried about traffic congestion. So let's look at traffic congestion. Heard other people say they're concerned about the research park. Let's look at the research park. We talked about below market housing. Why, instead of arguing about it, don't we ask specific questions and get the answers to those questions?
It's that data you talked
Whereas
about.
we're concerned about the impact on staff in terms of the healthcare measure, I'm not sure this has any impact on staff. That's not the right question. So I don't think they're at all the same. And I think that by changing this out to do that, we are missing the opportunity to get the data that we need to really make decisions about, do we want to just adopt this? Do we want to not adopt it? Do we want to put it on the ballot? And if so, what is the people in Palo Alto, what's going to be the basis for the discussion? We pride ourselves in Palo Alto on having fact-based discussions. And without having the facts, it's hard to have a fact-based discussion. So I think we're not going to have the facts if we go with the amendment.
One thing I would clarify, though, this has to go on the ballot.
Yeah, no
this is, we're not having any discussion tonight about whether it goes on the ballot or doesn't go on the ballot. It qualifies, it goes on the ballot, that's it. Adrian.
Thank you. So I want to echo what Councilmember Scharf was just arguing, that I think we know the specifics that we're looking for in this, at least some of them, and that the original motion, Part 4, does a much better job of instructing whether it is staff or a private consultant to begin answering those specific questions. Many of these things were actually brought up as the reasons for the ballot measure, and I think that's important to recognize. The amendment as restated, I think, is actually kind of too broad and could miss the boat on such a big issue. And so I think we owe it to our citizens to really look at that. And
can I ask a quick question of staff?
Go ahead.
I heard these arguments that were just made by Councilmember Scharf and Fine. The original Part 4 with the A through G, it seemed just like frankly, a lot of effort. And again, I'm trying to be sensitive to staff workload here. If the A through G moved forward in the motion, do you think that that's problematic, or do you think that that's reasonable for us to do in this time frame?
We hire someone.
Even if it's, through a consultant.
Well, a couple comments. I'm not sure I exactly know what the intent of 4A is, but all of the other items would be the kind of things that we would be looking at if you're directing us to do some analysis. So I don't know why it's harm to have those called out to us if there's some clarity of directive. And I do think the comment that Councilmember Scharf made about the impact on city staff is not relevant in the same way. I mean, clearly what that other item was doing was imposing all kinds of new potential unknown requirements on us as a city to create stuff. So our staff impact is just us delivering on the work. And,
Okay, I'll actually withdraw my second of the amendment.
Okay, in that case, then, Councilmember Du Bois, you need a second, or you need another second.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're arguing against objective and fact-based. Those are the key aspects. So, but.
Okay, so, are we ready to vote on the amendment? No, I just seconded it. Oh, okay, go ahead.
So I think Councilmember Du Bois just said it. It's like, I don't know why we're arguing about, objective and fact-based analysis. And for that matter, if it doesn't have an impact on city staff, so what? Then this analysis would show that. So what? It doesn't matter if it's in there or not. I'm a little flummoxed by, to use a different word than gobsmacked, it's an inside joke this evening, I guess. But I'm a little flummoxed by all of the, A through G in the main motion, because it could there's a month to collect that kind of information. And some of it, I think, is absolutely irrelevant. It's, I'll just give you one example, okay? So its impact on below market rate housing. So there was a number put forward up here about how much impact fee money would be collected by curtailing the office development. Well, those BMR funds would be unnecessary if we weren't creating more jobs that would create the demand for more BMR housing. So, it's sort of like speaking out of both sides of our mouth, I guess. So I think we ought to do what's reasonable and practical to do in a given time frame. And I actually would be happy to just like put it on the ballot and let any parties duke it out during a campaign. But I'm happy to support this amendment because I think it greatly improves what is going forward over the main motion.
No other lights. I am going to suggest we vote on the board. We're voting on the amendment that was put forth by Councilmember Du Bois.
Oh, Councilmember Du Bois' amendment.
Yes, thank you. Okay, this one is a 5-4, and it takes us back, I think, to the main motion. Am I correct?
Yes.
Did I miss something along the way?
Nope.
Okay. So seeing no lights whatsoever, let's go back to the main motion. It starts
2 lights.
There?
2 lights.
2 lights?
2 lights.
Oh, to the main motion? You want to speak to the main motion? You didn't? Okay, go ahead. And Karen, you didn't speak to the main motion?
No.
Hit it.
So,
No, we have not yet.
no, we have not.
I thought
We voted on Tom's amendment. So should I speak? I guess I should speak.
Yeah.
So thanks for all this, and I think we all saw that there actually was an economic analysis done on the comp plan process, and it showed basically negligible economic difference between all the different growth scenarios, including office development in the comp plan. So hopefully the new analysis will spade up some new information.
Thanks, Karen.
Well, I could speak and make comments. I don't know that they will have any sway on anyone, so I think I've probably said enough at this point in time. I just think a lot of this information that's being sought here is irrelevant to the conversation.
With that, would you vote on the board? A surprising vote. It is a 5-4 vote, and it is yes from Council members Tanaka, Scharf, Nis, Walbach, and Fine, and noes from the remaining. Thank you all for coming and waiting. Okay. We need to wake up the city manager, and Molly's been we're all having trouble staying awake. Is there anything I've forgotten? Is there anything left? Pardon?
Councilmember comments, but I hope there aren't any.
Yes. Anybody anxious to make council member comments?
We can do it again tomorrow night.
Oh, so that's why don't we
Mayor
get
Nis?
together tomorrow night?
I just have a question about...
Tonight.
Let's not wait till tomorrow.
I have a question. So on the Roth Building, there was going to be a committee that was going to be put together in order to to do fundraising. Is that put together? I just want to follow up and see is that coming
and I must
along?
confess, I haven't put it together.
Is
But I'd be
that
glad if
coming
somebody else can
soon?
put it together if they'd like.
We just haven't done what we need to.
Yeah, yeah. What needs to really happen, Lydia, is there needs to be an analysis of what they've already raised. And Lalo and I did do that, and it's mea culpa. I haven't followed through on it.
So just so you know who's on the committee?
I know I know who they are,
Okay.
but it was led by Mayor.
Got it all
Yeah.
upstairs, so.
All right. So I just want to remind, I mean, we're half here.
It's on my list.
Right.
Lalo and I sat down and we figured out where the money came from, what needs to happen.
Thank you.